All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 WRPF Mid-America Regionals. My name is Maxon Carnes, and this is...
My name is Grayson Cook.
And we are from the McKendree Powerlifting Team. We're going to be covering the live stream commentary today. Ready to watch some awesome lifters here at the Benton Civic Center. Getting us started, we got day one, the tested session of the meet. Ready to get us kicked off.
First squatter today is going to be Julia. She's opening up with 102.5 kilograms, 225.97 pounds. Got a good crew of spotters and loaders here today. Make sure everybody's safe.
You always know your spotters and loaders are going to be good when you see multiple of them wearing knee sleeves and elbow sleeves.
Absolutely. Doing a couple of warm-ups too, staying loose.
Oh, yeah.
First squat of the day coming up.
Julia with 102.5 kilos. Let's get it started. Looks deep enough. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift for Julia. Up next, we got Cameron taking it to 110 kilos, 242 pounds for her opening squat.
It's always a confidence boost to secure that opener.
Oh, yeah, and especially as a new lifter, that first squat, the nerves are going crazy until you get that first one on the board, and then you're in the ball game.
Absolutely.
Easy opener for Cameron. 3 white lights and a good lift. Keeping the bar at the same weight, 110 kilos, 242 pounds. We have Julia Hamilton. The bar is loaded. Again, this is Julia Hamilton, 110 kilos, 242 pounds for her opening squat.
Buries it. Good opener.
Very good opener. Judges say 3 white lights. Kelly Bedreau opening with a state record squat at 112.5 kilos or 248 pounds. Bars loaded for Kelly. Again, state record attempt on her opener.
Very smooth.
Very smooth, especially for a state record.
3 white lights.
It is a good lift. Taking the bar up to 115 kilos or 253 pounds, we have Hannah Clark. Representing the Manifest Iron, we have Hannah Clark.
Very easy squat.
2 red lights to no lift. I'm going to say that's probably on depth.
We'll have to check with the judges on that one. The vibes are definitely high in the building today.
Absolutely.
We've got the music bumping. The spotters and loaders are feeling it. It's a good day for some powerlifting.
This venue is absolutely amazing for it, too, up here on the stage. As a lifter, it doesn't get much cooler than this. Emery Gonzalez taking her first squat at 130 kilos, 286 pounds.
Representing Gonzo's barbell.
Buries it.
Really nice.
2 red lights. That is no lift. And make sure you checks with the judges. Also out of the Manifest Iron, we have Conrad Fletty opening with a national record, 138 kilos.
Conrad's competing in the men's raw drug tested junior division, ages 13 through 15. Here we go, Conrad.
Speedy opener for Conrad. 2 to 1, that's a good lift.
It's not often you see a national record like that.
No, not at all. Very fast. Excited to see where he ends up on his squat.
Approaching the platform, we've got Braden Wood taking 142.5 kilos.
314 pounds. This is just about at that 3-plate barrier. Great song to squat to right here.
Absolutely, I agree.
Here we go, Braden. Moves well. Let's see what the judges say. 2 reds. That is no lift.
No, Mac, and I've definitely heard some of these songs in the McHenry weight room.
Oh, absolutely. It is definitely important to keep the energy high in the atmosphere whenever you're lifting these kind of weights.
Absolutely. Meet day can be a long day sometimes, so just making sure you maintain that positive energy really helps out.
Absolutely. Got Carter Doss taking the bar to 150 kilos, 330 pounds for his opener. Carter is a junior out of Primal Instinct, representing Primal Instinct. $20 seconds for Carter. And it looks like Carter is timed out. So we'll be moving to Jeremy Pilario. Same weight, 150 kilos. Spotters and loaders only adjusting the rack heights here. Here we have Jeremy approaching the platform in a cloud of chalk. Love the energy on this guy.
Here we go, Jeremy.
Receives the command. And blows it up.
Moved
Let's
very
see.
well.
Very well. Just how you want your opener to move, and 3 white lights. Jeremy's on the board. The spotters and loaders are moving very quick so far.
Absolutely. They're keeping this meet running smoothly.
Absolutely.
Making sure the lifters aren't left with too much downtime.
Definitely not. You can tell they take this job seriously. It's what we like to see.
Here comes Daniel with 165 kilos for his opener.
This guy is tall.
Absolutely. Very different.
Easy opener for Daniel. 3 white lights and a good lift. Bars loaded for Zachary. 170 kilos, 374 pounds on the bar. He looks ready. Let's get it. Easy opener for Zach. 2-1. That's a good lift.
Had some speed behind that squat.
Oh, yeah. Zach was also out of Gonzo's Barbell up in Bloomington. It's a great gym if you ever get the chance to go by.
Never been. I'll have to check it out sometime.
Oh, yeah. We have Juan taking the bar up to 177.5 kilos, 391 pounds.
Starting to get really close to that 400-pound mark.
Oh, yeah. Gonna have some big squats going on today. Speedy opener for Juan. 3 white lights and a good lift. Speaking of that 400-pound barrier, we have Aiden Clinton coming up next with 190 kilos, 418 pounds. This is a state record attempt on his opener. Also out of Gonzo's Barbell. The bar is loaded.
He makes that one move. Got to stay 3 white lights. That's a good lift and a state record.
Great squat for the young man. Only a teen 3, so he's got to be either 16 or 17 years old. 419 pounds, that's amazing.
Pretty impressive. Next up, Christopher Gren is taking 192.5 kilos.
424 pounds on the bar for Christopher. This is the last squat of this flight, or of this of first attempts.
Nice squat from Christopher.
Very good opener. 2-1, that's a good lift.
Now, Maxon, you'll see some of these lifters with the rack arms in whenever they're squatting. Can you sort of explain what the benefit of that would be, or is it a comfortability thing? Or
Yeah, so I mean, it comes down to the preference of the lifter, but some of those who take like a wider grip on the squat,
Yeah.
they have to angle in the pin so that way they can get further out and not smash their hands. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So, you know, a lot of the bigger lifters like to have that wider grip or have to have that wider grip. So putting those pins in just kind of allows to make room for your hands.
Yeah, like most things in life, it's generally personal preference. So
Absolutely.
here comes Julia taking 107.5 kilos.
Kicking off our second attempt squats for Flight 1, Flight A.
Very
32nd. 3 white lights and a good lift for Julia. Julia has some awesome hair too, by the way.
Next up, we've got Hannah out of the Manifest Iron taking 115 kilos, 253 pounds. Here we go, Hannah.
You'll notice these spotters and loaders are getting just as hyped almost as these lifters as they take their attempts. Love that for the atmosphere at these meets.
Absolutely. It's got to be comforting for the lifter.
Gotta be. It's a smooth second attempt for Hannah. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift. I reckon she'll take over 120 kilos on her third. 120, 122.5
Absolutely.
potentially.
I think she's got it in the tank.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Julie's taking it up 100 or 2.5 kilos above, 117.5 kilos. Got 259 on the bar.
Julia taking her time on the setup. That's very important. Making sure she gets it right.
Solid pick.
Very good second attempt for Julia. 2-1. That's a good lift. Up next, we have Kelly Bedreau coming out with another state record attempt, 117.5 kilos. She gets this squat, she has a chance at going 3 for 3 with 3 state records.
Very impressive.
Very.
Another easy squat for Kelly. See what the judges say.
Oh yeah, 3 white lights. It's a good lift. Took that one to the basement.
2 attempts and 2 state records is not too shabby.
Not at all. No, that's very impressive. Next up out of Gonzo's Barbell, we have Cameron taking her second attempt at 120 kilos. Also known as 265 pounds. Double body weight squat here for Cameron. That's through. Judges say 2-1. That's a good lift for Cameron.
These lifters have been killing it so far.
Absolutely. Very good attempt selection. You can tell they know what they're doing so far.
Absolutely.
It's definitely early to say that, but, you know, every opener has looked like an opener. Every second has looked like a second, so.
I agree. Most likely some expert handlers in the warm-up room.
Oh, for sure. Good second attempt from Emery out of Gonzo's Barbell. 3 white lights and a good lift at 130 kilos. I reckon close to 300 pounds will be there on his third.
Absolutely. Braden Wood taking a national record attempt on his second. 314 pounds, 142.5 kilograms.
Bars loaded for Braden. And again, this 142.5 kilos right here is a big lift for some of these lifters because if you're in the gym, 315 pounds, as you know, is 3 plates a side. So
Huge milestone.
Huge milestone. Easy second attempt. Let's see what those judges say. 2-1. That is a no, or 2 red lights. That's no lift for Braden.
Check with those side judges, see what will happen.
Definitely.
All right, I feel like the strength was there. He can come back and bury that on his third.
Definitely. He's going to have to because I believe he has missed both of his attempts so far. He's going to need this third one to stay in the meet. And for those of you who don't know, in these meets you have to get at least one good attempt on the board for each of the lifts in order to stay in the meet.
Going over 3 on a lift will result in what is called a bomb out, which will disqualify you from the meet.
Here we have Conrad, 325 pounds. Buries it.
Nice second attempt from Conrad. That'll be good for a
3
national
whites.
record. 3 whites.
Three-plate squat for being a teen one lifter, so he's between 13 and 15 years old. That's absolutely huge.
Next up, we've got Carter Doss out of Primal Instinct, taking it up to 150 kilos, 330 pounds for his second attempt.
Bars loaded. What a great name for a gym or a club, Primal Instinct. That's awesome. Carter is one of our lifters that prefers the uprights be put in so we can, get that wider grip.
Jumps out of the hole. See if he gets 3 whites. Ooh.
No lift. I believe he might have missed a command there. Looked like a little bit of motion forward before he got the rack command.
He'll come back and get that on the third.
Oh, for sure. Next up, taking his second attempt, we've got Jeremy Palario, 162.5 kilos or 358 pounds. And the bar is loaded.
Jeremy's getting into it. Love to see that.
Love the energy. Good pick for Jeremy. Very meticulous in his setup. I like to see that.
Good speed.
Smooth. That's a good lift for Jeremy. Very technical lifter, Jeremy. As you can tell, he's dialed in today.
Daniel's up next, taking 180 kilos, 396 pounds.
Just under that 400-pound barrier right there. Here we go, Daniel. Easy second. Depth looks good on that one from where I'm at. 2-1. That's a good lift for Daniel. Taking the same weight, 180 kilos, we have Zach coming up next out of Gonzo's Barbell.
Zach is competing in the junior division, which is 20 to 23 years old.
Bars
Here we go,
loaded.
Zach.
Thinks that one. Reps say. 2-1. That's a good lift for Zach. Out of the strongest gym in Blono, Gonzo's Barbell.
Juan Mendoza coming up with another state record attempt, 192.5 kilos.
Juan with a state record attempt on his second squat. If he hits this, he has got a good chance of breaking his own record on his third.
It's a good looking second attempt.
Very smooth, 3 white lights. Next up, we got Aiden Clinton taking the bar up to 202.5 kilos, 446 pounds. Also out of the strongest gym in Blono, Gonzo's barbell.
State record attempts are just piling in today.
Oh, yeah.
Got a lot of strong lifters.
Here we go, Aiden. Another state record attempt for him. Smooth second attempt. 2 to 1, that's a good lift. And as we move along with these squats, still noticing very good attempt selection. Again, all of these seconds are looking like seconds. All the openers look like openers.
Approaching the third attempts, we'll see some battles here, but
Oh, yeah.
these lifters will fight through it.
They're setting themselves up for a good attempt on their third, you know.
Absolutely. Here comes Christopher taking 207.5 kilos.
Sporting the Jordan 1s. A lot of people like to squat in those. Grabs through and stands up. Judges say no lift. I believe he missed the rack command there, it looked like. Started to come forward before the judge gave him the command.
We are back to the top of the order for third attempts here. Julia is going to be leading it off with 112.5 kilos for her third.
Bar is loaded for Julia. Here we go. These third attempts is where you kind of see the intensity get cranked up a little bit with these lifters. And everybody approaches it differently, you know.
Yeah, some people fold under pressure, some people prevail, you know.
Absolutely. Some people you see very calm and collected. Others are, you know, just a ball of energy. Lots of intensity. Julia receiving the squat command. Stands up with it.
Moved well for a third attempt.
Very smooth. 2 to 1. That's a no lift. Could have been depth. Just got to check with those judges. Next up, we have Kelly Bedreau with another state record attempt. 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds. Again, Kelly's in that teen division. She's got to be 16 or 17 years old. Nearing a double bodyweight squat. That's very impressive.
Absolutely. Here we go, Kelly. Jumps out of the hole.
Oh, yeah.
Nice third attempt.
Very smooth for a third. Good lift.
Secures that state record. 3 white lights.
I believe Kelly came away with 3 state records. Am I correct in that?
Yeah, she opened up with one. It's very impressive.
Love to see that. Bar is loaded.
Set a record and break it twice.
Yeah. Can't ask for a better day than that, right? Let's hope she keeps that momentum going into bench.
125 kilos on the bar here.
Cameron also out of Gonzo's barbell. Drive. Ah. No lift. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. What a grind, though.
Really can't stress it enough. We're thankful for all these spotters and loaders who are keeping our lifters safe today, making sure everybody,
Stay safe. Yeah, absolutely. It's in this sport, it's kind of difficult to get people who really care about this job. You know, it's a difficult job. It's sometimes unforgiving, but you can tell that these guys and girls out here on the platform really care about what they're doing. Definitely breaking a sweat, trying to keep everybody safe. We really appreciate that. And again, sporting the knee sleeves and elbow sleeves, you know they take their job seriously.
Absolutely. I feel like something with powerlifting is you don't realize how passionate everybody is about it.
Oh, yeah.
The community. So it's nice to see.
Very much so. Julia with her third attempt. Drive.
Grinds through it.
Great lift.
Say.
3 whites and a good lift for Julia.
Great third attempt from Julia.
Great attempt selection. I don't know if she had another kilo there.
Yeah.
But yeah, back to what you were saying, you know, all these spotters and loaders are most of the time also power lifters. So we all care very much about the sport. It's great to see, you know, lifters giving back.
Yeah, it's good to see people who know about the sport and know a lot about the sport with that much helping out. So.
Very much so. Hannah taking her third at the same weight, 125 kilos. Thinks it. Stands up with it. Let's see what those judges say. 3 white lights.
Another good third.
Very good attempt selection here.
Emery coming out to a national record attempt, 137.5 kilos, taking it past that 300-pound mark.
All right.
Out of Gonzo's barbell. Competing in that junior division, which is 13 through 15. So, very impressive stuff we got going on here.
Very much so. Good. Actually, can I get a water, please? Thank you. Here we go, Emery. Drives through it. Let's see what those judges say. No lift. Got to check with those judges on that one. I'm not really sure what the call was. Wonder if he had some movement of his feet there. It looked like he
I think
stumbled.
after he finished his squat, his foot may have moved a little bit. The judges might have called that.
Gotcha. Kind of hard to see from where we're sitting, but that looks like what it could have been.
Yeah.
Here we got Braden taking 314 pounds for his third attempt. He's got to get this one to stay in the meet. He's going to have to take this one to the basement and back.
Oh, yeah. Secure that depth.
Sets his feet. Again, a very fast lift, but let's see what those judges say. No lift. Unfortunately, Braden is bombed out of the meet. And he is still able to do the squat and the deadlift.
Yes, he had the choice to finish out the meet, but he will not post the total.
Exactly. Bars loaded for Carter. Looking at bar to 150 kilos. Out of Primal Instinct, here we go. Smooth third attempt for Carter. 3 wide lights and a good lift.
Moved very nicely for a third attempt.
Very good, yeah. Looks like he might have had some more in the tank there. Conrad Pletty up next with a national record attempt to 160 kilos, just over 350 pounds. Bars loaded for Conrad. Tried it. Come on. Oh.
Good battle there from
Conrad, I believe.
Conrad. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
Good
that was a
fight there
great
from
fight.
Conrad.
That was a great fight for him. Unfortunately, just a little bit too heavy today. I will say he's got great technique for being as young as he is.
Absolutely.
Again, in that 13 to 15 age category.
Approaching a bar with that tone of seriousness every time really keeps him locked in.
Absolutely.
Appreciate all our judges helping out today, making sure everybody lifts to the same standard.
Yep.
Here comes Jeremy. Love that energy.
Coming with that intensity.
172.5 kilos on the bar.
380 pounds. And again, everybody approaches the bar differently. You know, some are more calm and collected about it. Others are just a ball of energy. This guy right here comes with the intensity, and I love to see it.
I do too. Good fight. Let's see what the judges say on that one.
3 white lights.
Secures that third squat.
And he is hyped. Let's go.
Love to see it. Great energy from Jeremy today. Hope he keeps that up.
Sporting a Surge to New Level singlet. They're a gym based in Chicago.
Approaching the platform, we got Daniel coming up with 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds.
Bars loaded for Daniel. I believe that this is a 7.5 kilo jump up from his second, breaking that 300 or 400 pound barrier, excuse me.
Daniel is hyped. Here we go, Daniel.
What a third attempt song this is right here.
Awesome.
Energy is crazy in here. Great
Nice
fight for
fight.
Daniel. 2-1, good lift.
He loves that call. He is hyped about that.
Oh, yeah.
Great squat.
Love to see it. And once again, what a cool venue this is to be as a lifter, you know, coming out here on this stage has got to be incredible.
Absolutely. On the local level, you don't really see meets like this very often. It's normally in a gym or whatever space is available, but this is quite the setup we have here.
Definitely.
With the projector and all the lights and everything. Some top quality production we got going on.
Very much so.
Zachary taking 190 kilos, 418 pounds.
Out of Gonzo's barbell. Easy opener for Zach. Very smooth and controlled. 2-1. That's a good lift. And I would go as far as to say he's probably got the best mustache of the day so far.
I agree. Might have to ask for his routine.
Yeah, no, for real.
Christopher taking it up to 207.5 kilos, 457 pounds on the bar. Here we go, Christopher.
Bars loaded.
Very nice pick. Jumps out of the hole. That moved well for a third attempt.
3 white lights and a good lift. Very stacked in his squat. I like his technique.
Yeah.
Especially being one of those taller lifters, you know, doing the squat can oftentimes be more difficult, but
Yeah, with those longer femurs, and you could just tell from his pick and the solidness in that he was going to be stacked and he was going to hit that lift.
absolutely.
Here comes Aiden, 210 kilos on the bar, another state record attempt.
462 pounds on the bar for this young lifter. Out of Gonzo's barbell, going for his third state record attempt of the day. Very solid third attempt. 2-1. That is a good lift.
He just looked comfortable walking that out.
That's always a good sign at these meets, you know. You can tell when you unrack that weight when you're kind of in the you know, oh no, or,
Oh, yeah.
or the confidence, you know. You can
Yeah.
see one way or the other.
You start with a good pick, it gives you that confidence for sure.
Absolutely. It can make or break the squat, you know.
We have our second flight coming up here. Laura will be starting us off with 67.5 kilos.
Shout out to some of our sponsors. We've got A7 Digital, Pioneer, Skull Smash Ammonia, McKendree Powerlifting Team, Strong Arm Sports.
The bar came all the way from Milton, Florida.
Yep, the bar. Haley and Brian came all the way up here just for this meet. They
Yeah,
got a booth here at the venue. If you're around, come check it out.
Got lots of cool shirts, some shorts, pants, all kinds of stuff. Even some flannels, I think.
Oh, yeah, I love their flannels.
If you want to dress up but still look like a gym bro, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They'll hook you up.
Some of the best apparel in the game.
Got a couple pieces myself. I highly recommend.
Absolutely. And shout out to Barbell 618 for providing a lot of this equipment that you see on this platform today.
It's really cool in the powerlifting community whenever we put on meets. A lot of people get together and sort of contribute what they have towards the effort of putting the meet on. So, you know, we get a lot of different kilo plate sets from different people and shared equipment. So it's nice that we get to put all of it together and put forth our best product possible.
Absolutely. You know, it takes a village. And this is a great community we all have.
Everybody's willing to step up and help whenever it's needed. So that's always nice to have.
Very great. And it looks like we have a timeout on our first attempt squat here. Coming up next, we have Tracy Dietrich, 70 kilos on the bar, 154 pounds.
Another state record opener.
Bar is loaded for Tracy.
Here we go, Tracy.
One thing I like about the WRPF is that they actually allow the coach to come through the platform with the athlete and center them on the bar, which can be very helpful using the squat bar.
Sometimes whenever you're left up there by yourself, it's pretty difficult to get that centered, and that can really affect your squat. So it's nice to gets up with that one. Let's see what the judges says.
2-1. That's a good lift for Tracy. She's on the board. It's a state record.
With a state record. Yeah.
Here we have Melissa taking the bar to 90 kilos, 198 pounds on her opener. Easy pick. This should move well for Melissa. Ooh, better than I anticipated. That was very fast. 2-1. That's a good lift. Next, we're going to have Dawn Harvey taking the bar up 5 kilos to 95 kilos. 209 pounds here. Love the energy that these spotters and loaders bring. They're just as excited as these lifters. Sinks that one. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift. Gonna have Kayla coming up next, taking the bar to 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Almost a double bodyweight squat on her opener. Representing Pig Collective, we've got Kayla. Smooth opener for Kayla. 2 red lights, that is no lift. Likely on depth, but gonna have to check those judges. Bar is loaded for Maribel Aguilar. Same weight, 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Smooth pick. Smooth opener from Maribel. 3 white lights and a good lift. She was very meticulous in her setup there, making sure she gets all that core tightness.
Here comes a net opening up with 120 kilos.
Double bodyweight squat on her opener for Lynette. Easy opener.
Very smooth.
3 white lights and a good lift. She is coached by the one and only Coach Bradley Beckel over there in her corner.
Here at 9 for 9 powerlifting every now and then.
Absolutely, represent.
Jamie McGuire coming up with 122.5 kilos. 270 pounds. Nice opener. We'll see what the judges have to say. 3 white lights. That's a good lift. These lifters have been burying their squats, making sure they get those white lights today. Doing a good job. Here comes Maya with her first attempt, 127.5 kilos. Competing in the women's open division. Easy opener. Judges say 3 white lights. Another good lift. Here comes Heather walking up to 127.5 kilos. On the ball. Comfortable walkout. Good first attempt. 3 white lights. It's a good squat. Here comes Elizabeth breaking that 300-pound mark. We've got 137.5 kilos on the bar, taking up to 303 pounds. Well over her body weight for the opener. Make this move, Elizabeth. Here we go. Here you see that coach coming out, helping her get centered on the bar, making sure she's ready to go. Good pick. Blows up that opener. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Amber breaking that 3-plate threshold that we were talking about earlier, 315. She's got 145 kilos on the bar, which is actually 319 pounds. So over that 3-plate barrier. See how she makes this move. Buried that one. That'll be a good lift. 3 white lights. Nice opener. Here comes Sarah taking 162.5 kilos for her opener. 358 pounds on the bar. Here we go, Sarah. Nice opener from Sarah.
Beautiful opening attempt for Sarah.
3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Another lifter coached by the one and only Bradley Beckel.
Charity walking up to a state record attempt on her opener. Keeping that same weight, 162.5 kilos. See if she can secure that state record. Set herself up to set 2 more records.
She looks ready for the squat attempt right here.
Very comfortable. That walkout.
Little bit of
2-1. That's a good lift.
little bit of a sticky opener there, but she gets on the board regardless with that state record.
With securing that first squat, there's always a little bit of relief knowing that you're on the board.
Definitely.
Can definitely help boost some confidence for that lifter to make some jumps and open up the door for some bigger attempts.
Absolutely. That opening attempt is what sets it all up.
Here comes Garrett walking out to 170 kilos on the bar, 374 pounds.
Looks confident. Very explosive squatter here out of Garrett.
Jumps out of the hole. 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Taking it back to the top of the flight for the start of second attempts, we have Laura Porti taking 67.5 kilos, 148 pounds. I believe she timed out on her first attempt, so she's going to come back and get this one here.
Make sure she secures this lift to get on the board. Here we go, Laura. Nice squat from Laura.
3 reds. That is no lift for Laura. She's going to have to come back and get that one on her third. I believe she jumped the start command on that one, was why she received reds.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's hard to see from this angle. We've got some of the spotters and loaders in our way, so we can't really see depth very well. But, yeah, she'll have to talk to her judges and figure that one out, make sure she gets it on her third.
Looks like our head ref is giving her the rundown right now, so she knows how to come back and get that one. Shout out to our judges for taking the time to, in depth explain to these lifters what they can do to make sure that they are successful.
Yeah, they do a great job of ensuring that all the lifters know where to improve so that they can score their lifts.
Here we have Tracy taking her second attempt. Another state record for her. 159 pounds. Stands up with that one pretty fast.
Very smooth.
3 wide lights and a good lift. Next up, we're going to have Melissa Ford taking her second squat at 100 kgs, also known as 220 pounds. Smooth pick from Melissa. Receives the squat command. Very easy second attempt. Let's see what those judges say. 3 reds. That is no lift for Melissa. Check with those judges.
I'd say communication is definitely the name of the game today, whether it be, between the spotters and loaders, you see them communicating all the time, making sure everything runs efficiently, between the coaches and lifters, making sure they get those attempts in, and especially between the lifters and the judges, making sure they know how to improve and secure those lifts and get totals posted on the board.
Absolutely. I mean, these judges are not your enemy. They want to see you succeed. And if you miss a lift, make sure you check with them. So make sure you come back and get that one on your next.
Some valuable resources.
Very, very much so. Very underutilized resources.
Kayla taking 110 kilos, 242 pounds on the bar. My bad.
Representing Pig Collective. Very easy second attempt for Kayla. Judges say 3 whites. She might have a shot at taking a double bodyweight squat on her third. Would be 120 kilos.
Oh, yeah. Plenty of room for a big jump for her third attempt there. Moved that second very nicely.
Absolutely.
Maribel's coming up to 120 kilos, 254 pounds on the bar.
The coach there making sure she gets lined up on that squat bar. Receives a squat command. Three white lights and a good lift. A little bit of turbulence there, but she fought through it. Next up, we have Lynette taking her second attempt. 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds. And based off the speed of her opener, I would say this is a very reasonable jump here.
Absolutely.
I have a feeling this will move similarly. Drives through that one.
Jumps out of the hole again. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Lynette.
Very good lift. Great second attempt selection.
Jamie is next up for her second. 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds.
Smooth pick from Jamie. Drives through that one. Three wide lights and a good lift for Jamie.
Good fight there for Jamie.
Very good fight. Every lifter is going to have a little bit of a different, sticking point throughout the lift, but maturing as a lifter and getting better has a lot to do with learning how to fight through those sticking points.
Absolutely. Nailing those weak points and making sure you target them in the gym.
Absolutely. You're only as strong as your weakest link.
Absolutely.
We have Maya taking 135 kilos, 297 pounds. Carries it. And a smooth second attempt. Judges say 3 wide lights for Maya. I reckon she'll take well into the 300s on her third attempt. Potentially a 314 might be there. 308, 314.
I agree. Speaking of that 300-pound mark, we've got Heather Racine. She is approaching that 300-pound mark, 135 kilos for her second attempt, 297 pounds on the bar.
She is locked in. You can tell by that game face. Making sure she sets it up correctly. Drives through the sticking point. 2-1. That is a no lift. Gonna have to check with those judges. I'd like to recognize these spotters and loaders once again. They're working very hard out here, breaking a sweat, taking their job very seriously, trying to make sure everybody, stays safe and is successful.
Pretty innovative with the knee sleeves, too. I've never really seen that before, but it would definitely help out, I imagine.
Oh, definitely. I've never done that one personally, but that's a good move. You got a pair of looser fitting knee sleeves, just throw those on when you're spotting and loading.
Absolutely. Take some of that pressure off after being on your feet for the whole day.
Yes, and we can speak from experience. That is a difficult job to do.
Here comes Elizabeth with 145 kilos on the bar, 319 pounds. Very impressive squat for somebody in the 67.5 weight class. Excellent song choice for this squat.
Absolutely, this one's a banger. Very patient and meticulous on her walkout. A good sign of a mature lifter here. Lights through that sticking point. 3 white lights and a good lift for Elizabeth.
I'd like to say the event sevenfold in the background definitely adds some strength.
Absolutely, that gives you at least another, 5 kilos.
May or may not be a biased statement, but it is what it is.
Hey. Next up, we're going to have Amber Frame with another state record attempt, 153 kilos, 337 pounds.
Got some quality lifters here today. We've seen a lot of state records already, a couple national records. I'm excited to see what the rest of the weekend holds. Got a big meet going on.
Absolutely. This is only the first session of the first day of this meet. And I think they're already heating up.
Calm and collected on that pick.
Very smooth second attempt for Amber. 2-1, that is no lift for Amber.
Check with those side judges on that to see what she can improve on to secure that lift next time.
Come back and get that state record on her third.
Speaking of state record, we got another state record attempt with Charity, walking up to 167.5 kilos, which I believe is 369 pounds.
You would be correct. Bar is loaded for Charity. Charity receives the squat command. Unfortunately, it's just not there today for Charity. No lift. Next up, we're going to have Sarah Graham representing Fit City out of St. Louis. 172.5 kilos, 380 pounds on the bar for her second attempt.
For those watching the live stream from home, we will have a 10-minute break after squats in order to get the transition set up for bench press. In that time, we'll have some people talking on the live stream, and yeah. That 10-minute break will come after these second flight squats wrap up. We are currently on second attempts, so we've got another round of third attempt squats. Then we'll start the break. Here comes Sarah 172.5 kilos on the bar out of Fit City.
Three white lights. Jinx. Good lift for Sarah.
Jinx, you owe me a white monster.
Oh. The rules are the rules, I guess.
Garrett is taking 185 kilos for his second attempt, 407 pounds on the bar, crossing that 400-pound mark.
Here we go, Garrett.
Good catch by the spotters there, keeping our lifters safe.
Not quite there today for Garrett. That is a no lift. It can be hard to maintain that brace, when you have such a fast descent.
Absolutely.
Everybody squats differently. It just seems he's got quite the dynamic squat. Just need to make sure he holds that brace, keeps the upper back tight.
Dropping in the hole faster usually helps with that rebound sticking point that a lot of lifters have. So you'll see that commonly amongst your lifters. Others use a more controlled descent. It's all preference. Everybody's body's different. You got to work with what you got.
Absolutely. You got to maximize your own leverages. Everybody's built differently. Taking the bar to 75 kilos at the start of our third attempt squats. We have Tracy Dietrich.
Another state record attempt for Tracy. Very easy third attempt there. That's what the judges say.
Three white lights.
Another state record.
It's barely 9 in the morning, and Tracy has 3 state records under her name. What a day for her.
A good way to wake up.
Yeah. Skip the coffee. No, thank you. I will have 3 state records for breakfast.
The vibes are electric.
Absolutely. Laura Forti coming up for her third attempt squat at 85 kilos. I believe she needs this one to stay on the board. Another state record attempt here. Stands up with it. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift. She's on the board.
Here comes Melissa taking 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds.
Bars loaded for Melissa. Good pick from Melissa. Rebounds. Nice. Very good third attempt from Melissa. 2-1 and a good lift.
Moved like a second on the third. Kayla out of Pig Collective is taking 117.5 kilos.
Making a 7.5 kilo jump from her second. Sporting the squat to depth singlet. We got Kayla. Another smooth third attempt. 3 white lights for Kayla.
Lifters are making their thirds look easy.
Oh, yeah. Coming up next, we're going to have Maribel Aguilar, 125 kilos on the bar, 275 pounds. Coach gets her lined up. Here we go, Maribel. Receive the start command. She drives through it, stands up.
Proper third attempt for Maribel.
Great attempt selection, and 2-1. That's a good lift for Maribel.
Jamie is going to be walking out to a state record attempt, 135 kilos on the bar.
This is a huge squat for a 67.5 kilo lifter.
Absolutely.
Just below that 300 pounds and a state record attempt for Jamie. Right.
Another good catch from the spotters and loaders.
Great catch from them. 3 reds out of no lifts.
As a lifter, to see a spotting and loading crew like this from personal experience, it definitely provides you with an extra sense of confidence, knowing that you can send that lift and they'll be there to pick it up if you need it.
Definitely. It can be a little nerve-wracking, you know, when you're unracking a heavy weight, knowing that your spotters and loaders might not be able to catch it, but that is not the case here today. These guys and girls are absolutely locked in. They know what they're doing, and they are confident.
One of the strongest set of spotters and loaders I've seen.
Without a doubt. Heather taking her third attempt, 135 kilos, 297 pounds, same weight here.
Just a hair below that 300-pound mark.
Beautiful third squat from Heather.
Take proper attempt selection on that one.
Very much so.
Very nice third attempt. Lynette is walking out to 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds.
Well over double body weight for a 60-kilo lifter. This is huge. Again, out of 9 for 9 powerlifting, coached by Coach Bradley Beckel. Coming out to a little Slim Shady. Bar is loaded for Lynette.
Staring on the bar as she approaches the platform. She is locked in.
Good pick. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. Unfortunately, just not there today for Lynette.
Maya's walking out to 140 kilos on the bar, 308 pounds.
Looks low enough. If he stands up with it, judges say. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift for Maya.
Securing that third attempt.
Always a good feeling going 3 for 3 on squats.
Absolutely.
Carries that momentum into bench, you know.
Yeah. Carry over a sense of confidence from those 3 squats.
Absolutely. Attempt selection is so important in this sport because, you know, momentum is everything. And it's sometimes really hard to come back from a missed third squat and then to get warmed up for bench or, you know.
It's a lot of mental perseverance in the sport of powerlifting.
Absolutely.
Sure. Elizabeth walking up to 152.5 kilos, 336 pounds on the bar.
Another huge squat here for a 67.5 kilo lifter. She looks locked in. She's ready for this squat. Taking her time to make sure that upper back is locked in and tight. That is a very important thing with the squat. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. Unfortunately, not there today for Elizabeth. Coming up next, we got Amber Frame with a state record attempt at 162.5 kilos, 358 pounds. Bar is loaded for Amber. Looking calm and collected as she approaches the state record attempt.
Very solid third attempt there. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
And a state record.
Another state record attempt coming up from Charity, 167.5 kilos, 369 pounds.
I believe they're in the same weight class, so I think she's just going to chip that state record right here if she gets it. Love to see a good little competitive battle.
Yeah, neck and neck in the competition here.
Absolutely. Another lifter right here in the running for coolest hair of the day.
I agree. Also a very cool singlet.
Yes.
The A7 Neon.
Receives a squat command. Drives out of that hole. Let's see what the judges say. No lift. That is not a state record for Charity. Seems as though we have a little rock, paper, scissors game going on amongst our spotters and loaders today.
Keeping the vibes light. You know, you're here for a long time. You gotta joke around, have some fun with it. You know.
Absolutely. You got to know, when to lock in and when to have a little bit of fun with it. Otherwise, you'll burn yourself out real quick.
Absolutely. Here comes Sarah, 176 kilos for a national record attempt at a Fit City.
Coached by Coach Bradley Beckel.
388 pounds on the bar. Here we go, Sarah.
Great pick from Sarah. Drives through it and a great attempt selection. She makes that look like a second attempt, pardon.
Absolutely. Her coach might know something.
You'll notice, too, when you see multiple athletes coach under the same coach, they kind of develop similar movement patterns due to, using the same cues and whatnot.
Not always, but most of the time you'll see them sort of adapt the personality of their coach or sort of incorporate some of that into their lifting style. So.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody has their own leverages and their own, different patterns and whatnot, but using the same cues can definitely create similar movement patterns. Here we got Garrett taking 185 kilos, 408 pounds, retaking his second attempt here. And he drives through that one. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, that's a good lift for Garrett.
Solid third attempt from Garrett. We are going to take a 10-minute break to set up the platform for bench press. So we'll be back in about 10 minutes for you folks at home.
our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer. Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer. our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer. Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer. our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Is loaded for Kelly Bedreau, getting us kicked off on bench press. She's got 50 kilos on the bar for her opener, 110 pounds.
Nice opener for Kelly there. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift. Way to start off the flight.
Moving just how you want your opener to move. Emery Gonzalez out of Gonzo's Barbell, taking the bar up to 52.5 kilos, 115 pounds. Emery in that junior category, 13 to 15 years old, one of our youngest lifters of the meet.
Nice opener.
Very easy for Emery, 3 white lights and a good lift.
Julia is up next, taking 55 kilos, 121 pounds.
And another thing I like about this federation, much like with the squat, the coach being able to line up their athletes, the coach is actually able to give a handoff to their athlete and then step out of the way, rather than in some where you have to have a handoff from the spotter and loader. So that way, if you've been training, with your coach giving you the same handoffs all prep, then it's really no different on meet day.
It's really nice because in some federations it's hard to go into that meet day experience with a different handoff or sort of a different feel and then having to execute the same amount of strength. So
absolutely, having to adjust to
having what you're used to will definitely help.
Julia with her opening attempt at 55 kilos, 2 to 1. That's a good lift.
All these attempts have been flying so far. Let's see if we can keep it up. Cameron coming up with 60 kilograms on the bar, 132 pounds. Out of Gonzo's Barbell. The strongest gym in the what, Maxon?
In the Blono area, also known as Bloomington Normal.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir. That is their motto. Run by Eric Gonzalez, Gonzo himself, giving a handoff to Cameron. Receives the start command.
Another nice bench. Gets 3 white lights. That'll be a good lift for Cameron. Hannah will be taking the same weight, 132 pounds, 60 kilograms, out of the Manifest Iron.
Hannah receives the handoff.
Great press.
Very strong opener for Hannah. Representing the Manifest Iron.
Judges say 3 white lights. That'll be a good lift. Some of our judges are even getting into the music.
Oh, yeah.
Love to see that.
Absolutely.
Quite the playlist we got.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot of different genres here, but they're all bangers.
Oh, yeah. Julia taking 62.5 kilos, 137 pounds.
Smooth opener from Julia. Did I just say 3 wide lights and a good lift? Next up, we'll have Conrad taking the bar up to 154 pounds, 70 kilos. Also from the Manifest Iron. Bar is loaded for Conrad. Very fast opener for Conrad.
Absolutely.
3 wide lights and a good lift. Warm-up room is back there, homie.
You know, sometimes bench can be seen as the most complicated lift with it having 3 commands. The lifters have to wait for a start command, a press command, and a rack command. It can be difficult for some newer lifters or people who haven't competed before. I know I struggled with it my first meet, but just making sure these lifters are hearing the commands and securing those lifts.
Very good point. You know, it is you can have the strength, but at the end of the day, it comes down to can you obey the rules, and this one has more rules than any of the others. Like with the squat, there obviously is no, up command. It's just squat and rack. Deadlift, of course, being the most simple. There's only the down command. You will see the most fails based on missed commands on the bench press.
Very nice opener from Jeremy.
209 pounds is a good lift for Jeremy.
He's happy about that one. Love the
Doing it.
energy we're seeing out of Jeremy today.
Absolutely. You can tell he definitely dialed up the intensity for squats, and he's having a good time here on bench.
Oh, yeah.
He does his little dance off the platform.
That good energy will carry over, hopefully, into deadlifts as well.
Definitely. Just like we said earlier, momentum is everything. Got to know when to turn it on.
Aiden is taking 95 kilograms, 209 pounds. It's a clean press. Judges say 3 white lights, that's a good lift for Aiden.
Very smooth opening. Picking the bar up another 2.5 kilos. We got Carter Doss with 214 pounds on his opener bench.
Got a primal instinct.
Some really cool gym names here today.
It's a good press from Carter. 3 white lights on that one.
Also very smooth openers here.
Daniel will be taking it up to 231 pounds, 105 kilos on the bar.
The bar is loaded for Daniel.
Receiving the handoff from his coach. Here we go, Daniel.
Very smooth press for Daniel, judges say. 3 wide lights and a good lift.
It's a strong opener.
Very smooth. Sporting a very close grip for as tall as he is, too.
Impressive. A lot of huge range of motion on that bench press. Can definitely make it more difficult at times.
Absolutely. There we've got Zach, 115 kilos, 253 pounds on his opener. Also out of Gonzo's Barbell. The strongest gym in Blono.
Really solid press from Zach there. That'll get him 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Taking the bar up to 303 pounds over the 300-pound barrier, we got Juan Mendoza. Shout out to our spotters and loaders making sure they get that height right every time. It can be very frustrating. You get up there and then realize that it's not correct or off balance or any of the above.
These spotters and loaders have to be consistently on their game. They're a crucial piece to making sure these meets run smoothly, and we're glad to have them.
Absolutely. These racks with the lever arms can be kind of tricky to, work sometimes.
Absolutely.
Adjusting those rack heights, especially when you got the flat pins.
Oh, yeah. Can be a struggle sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Juan's getting ready for his opener. Here we go, Juan.
Strong press for Juan. That is a good lift. Next up, we have Christopher taking the bar up to 325 pounds, 147.5 kilos. I believe this is the last bench of first attempts. We'll take it back to the start of the flight. Another smooth opener for Chris.
Earns some 3 white lights. That'll be a good lift.
Taking us back to the top of the flight for second attempt bench, we've got Kelly Bedreau, 52.5 kilos, 2.5 kilo jump off her opener.
115 pounds on the bar.
Following Kelly, we'll have Emery Gonzalez. Bars loaded for Kelly. Well, our spotters and loaders are hyped for this one.
Oh, yeah.
Smooth second attempt. Wonder if she'll make another 2.5 kilo jump and get that yellow on the bar. That'd be a huge milestone.
Kelly could secure that third bench. That'd be huge, putting her at 6 for 6 on the day, going into deadlifts.
Of course, and like we said, carrying that momentum, going from lift to lift, going into deadlifts, going 6 for 6. That's a great feeling. Here we've got Emery Gonzalez, 57.5 kilos, 126 pounds on the bar. His opener moved well. Let's see how this goes.
Solid second attempt from Emery there. Judges say 3 white lights.
Looks like he's got enough in there to make a decently sized jump for his third. Very smooth.
Julia's taking 60 kilograms next, 132 pounds on the bar. Getting very close to that body weight bench.
And if you're just in the gym looking at this kind of weight, this is one of those big old steel iron plates on each side. Smooth second and 3 white lights. That's a good lift for Julia.
Yet again, another phenomenal song selection. Whoever's on Ox is killing it.
Honestly, can't hear the music that much, but I'm going to take your word for it.
A little bit of Deftones action.
Oh.
Here comes Cameron, 62.5 kilograms on the bar, 137 pounds for her second attempt.
And you are correct. This is a good song. Here we go, Cameron. Gonzo's barbell, represent. Five. Good catch from our spotters and loaders. Unfortunately, just not there today for Cameron.
Good fight on that one.
Should come back and get it.
Come back and get that on the third.
I think maybe a slight technical adjustment right there to get through that sticking point. It'll be there. Doesn't look like it's just too heavy for her.
Like I said, communication is the name of the game. She needs to go back, communicate with the coach, see what she can do to improve, and set herself up well for that third bench.
Absolutely. Sometimes it's just as simple as putting a little bit of pressure into a different finger or, rotating something slight way. It can be a multitude of just tiny adjustments, make all the difference.
Julia taking 67.5 kilograms, 148 pounds on the bar.
Julia with her second. Great catch from our spotters and loaders.
Continuing to keep our lifters safe. Hannah's stepping up next, 67.5 kilos on the bar, 148 pounds.
Representing the Manifest Iron. I love that name. Let's see if Hannah can manifest this successful second attempt bench here. I think she's got it in her.
As do I.
Drives through it.
Good second attempt.
And judges say 3 white lights and a good lift. She manifested it. Coming up next, we're going to have Conrad Fletty, also out of the Manifest Iron. We're going to have fun with that one today. 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds on the bar. Again, in the age 13 to 15 category, a very young lifter here. And honestly, quite the huge bench for being a 123. He's benching 170 pounds.
It's pretty impressive.
Second attempt, yeah.
Let's see how he makes this move.
Drives through it.
Another solid press from Conrad. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Very good attempt for Conrad. When I was 13, I was playing Red Dead Redemption. I wasn't benching nearly that much.
Yeah, I was swinging the wiffle ball bat in my front yard.
Yeah.
So
great to see as many younger lifters that you do in the game these days.
Oh yeah, and the sport continues to grow.
Absolutely. Speaking of young lifters, here we have Aiden Clinton, 100 kilos on the bar, 220 pounds.
Hitting the 16 to 17-year-old tested junior division. Very solid second attempt. Judges say 3 white lights. That's another good lift.
Setting himself up for a very good jump on his third there. Looking strong.
Moved that second well. Mr. Energy, Jeremy's coming back with 102.5 kilos on the bar. 225 pounds. Here we go, Jeremy.
This number here is really big as it represents being in the two plate bench club. If you were just in the gym seeing this number. And he smokes that one.
Very easy second attempt.
Something tells me that's not the first time he's done that. Looking at least another 5 kilos on his third.
I'd say so. Moved very well. Carter Doss is walking up to 105 kilograms, 231 pounds on the bar, out of Primal Instinct.
Let's see if we can summon that Primal Instinct here for a second attempt bench. 105 kilos, 231 pounds. Good catch from our spotters and loaders. Not quite there on this second attempt, but surely he'll come back and get that on his third. Again, could be as simple as a slight technique change, you know. He's one of those pressers you see with a very, very hard tuck. Tucks his elbows very much. Could it slightly affect that transition into the triceps, but
Daniel's walking up to 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds on the bar.
and he drives it up such a long way to bench for him, but that is a good lift, looks like.
Good speed on that second attempt will give him some room for a generous third attempt.
Absolutely. And what a great song to come out and bench to, a little Mac Miller here.
Oh, yeah.
I'm able to hear this song through my headphones because it is loud.
Zach is taking 120 kilos for his second, 254 pounds.
Name of the song is loud. Make sure you knew what I was talking about.
Very strong second attempt from Zach. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
I'll bet he gets that second red on the bar going on to his third. Next up, we got Juan coming back up here. Taking looks like a 5 kilo jump from his opener. Bar is loaded, 314 pounds on the bar. Very solid bench for a 90 kilo lifter here. £315 here. Let's see how he makes this move.
Here you go, Juan.
Very smooth second. And one thing, and that 3 white lights and a good lift. One thing I will say about Juan's bench, I really like his setup. He's very meticulous in it. You can tell he's getting everything tight, all of his joints stacked. Shoulder joint, elbow joint, wrist. Very good technical bench.
I agree. Not rushing that setup will ensure that he's ready for that bench.
Absolutely. And bench is one of those you can't really rush. You know, you got to make sure you have the platform set up well to launch from. Here we got Christopher taking the bar up to 152.5 kilos, 336 pounds. Drives through that sticking point. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift.
Back up to the top of the flight for a third attempt bench. We've got Kelly starting us off with 55.5 kilos, 122 pounds. It's a state record attempt.
Oh, she's got the baby plates on there. That's how you know it's getting real. The little 0.25s are only used for state and national records.
Bringing out the chips.
Bringing out the chips. The bar is loaded for Kelly, taking her state record attempt.
I believe Kelly also had a state record on squat.
She did, I believe. I think she might have had 3, actually.
Yeah.
Huh. Again, one of our teen lifters here. What a grind, yeah. He fights through it, and the judges say 3 white lights, a good lift, and a state record for Kelly.
Very impressive third attempt from Kelly.
Almost perfect attempt selection right there. I don't know if she had another 0.025 of a kilo.
Here comes Emery, 60 kilograms on the bar, 132 pounds. Gonzo's barbell.
The bar is loaded. Drives it up. A smooth third attempt for Henry.
Very nice press.
His coach is hyped for that one.
We love the energy.
Coach Gonzo with some supportive back slaps there.
Oh,
Next up, we've got Cameron Daber, 62.5 kilos.
137 pounds on the bar. So he's above that body weight.
Great fight, but unfortunately not there today. Great catch by our spotters and loaders.
Really good battle on that attempt.
The sign of a good lifter when you really see him fighting through that attempt rather than just giving up on it.
Julia is also taking 62.5 kilos, 137 pounds on the bar. Also in the running for Coolest Hair Award.
Not quite there today. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. I believe the head spotter might have taken the bar out of her hands on that one. Which is honestly a very good sign. You know you can handle a lot more weight than that.
Oh, yeah. Making these lifters feel safe.
Oh, absolutely.
Julia taking it up to 148 pounds.
Got a body weight bench here for Julia. Here we go, Julia. Taking her time, making sure she gets her hands set.
Getting everything locked in. Here we go, Julia.
Not quite there today. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. Next up, we got Hannah Clark taking the bar up another 2.5 kilos. We've got 70 kg on the bar, 154 pounds.
Hannah is out of the Manifest Iron.
The bar is loaded. Time to manifest our third attempt bench right here, Hannah. Let's go. He drives through that one.
Very speedy third attempt there.
3 white lights and a good attempt for Julia.
Conrad is taking up to 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds, well above his body weight.
I'm going to have to agree with you there. This is a huge bench for a 56-kilo lifter, especially in the 13 to 15 age category right here.
He's got a lot of time to grow and get stronger.
Huge potential in this one. Not quite there today. Great catch from our spotters and loaders.
Carter will be taking up to 105 kilos, 231 pounds for his third attempt bench out of Primal Instinct.
Carter receives the start command. Drive. Pushes past that sticking point.
Good fight.
The judges say 2-1. That's a good lift for Carter.
Here's that third attempt bench. That'll be huge.
Absolutely carrying that momentum in the deadlifts. Carter's very happy with that one. Here comes Aiden, picking the same weight, 105 kilos, 231 pounds. Also out of Gonzo's barbell. Receiving a handoff from the man, Gonzo himself. What a fight. And
Very good
Aiden
grind.
drives through that one. Judges say three white lights.
What a bench.
What a third attempt. I'll tell you what, these lifters out of Gonzo's barbell sure know how to pick their attempts.
Oh, yeah. Jeremy's walking out to 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds on the bar.
Mr. Energy right here.
He's
wants
getting the crowd hype. Love to see it. Here we go, Jeremy. Jeremy does a good job of controlling that energy when he's ready to lift.
Absolutely. It's a fine line between having that hype and channeling it into your technique. Drive through the sticking point.
A very clean third attempt.
Glad to say 3 white lights and a good lift for Jeremy.
Jeremy is yet again pleased with that one. Love to see it.
Love to see it.
Daniel will be taking 117.5 kilos next, 259 pounds.
I don't know, man. There's just something about coming away with a bench PR.
I agree, dude.
Like, don't get me wrong, a PR is great in anything, but something about hitting a bench PR in a meet is always extra exciting.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you on that one, especially since I struggle a little bit on bench myself.
As do I.
It's always more rewarding.
Yeah. Let's see if Daniel here can throw it up. Drives through it.
Very good press from Daniel. What the judges say.
Gets the rack command. Oh, 2-1. That is a no lift. Daniel's going to have to check with his judges on that one. What a fight, though.
Taking it up to 281 pounds, we have Zachary, 127.5 kilos on the bar out of Gonzo's barbell.
Here we go. Zach coming out in a cloud of chalk. Receive the start command.
Very nice third.
Very fast, yes.
Receives 3 white lights for that one. That's a good move.
Coming up next, we're going to have Juan Mendoza taking his third attempt bench at 145 kilos, 319 pounds. What a pretty number this is. That 2 reds and a green on the bar.
The Christmas colors.
The Christmas colors. Love to see it. And this would be a huge bench for a 90-kilo lifter here. Let's see if Juan can do it. Your weight, Juan. What a fight, but it is just not there today for Juan. 3 red lights. And a great catch from our spotters.
Christopher will be taking 155 kilos next, 341 pounds on the bar to wrap up our first flight benches.
All right,
Last bench of the flight, we've got Christopher, 340 pounds. What a grind.
Presses through it. Let's see if the judges give him the white lights.
No lift. I believe there's a little bit of downward motion on that one. but a great fight regardless. Here in just a second, we'll be starting Flight B bench first attempts with Tracy Dietrich. Another lifter here opening with a state record attempt, 37.5 kilos. We will have Tracy up first, followed by Laura. The bar is loaded for Tracy. First lifter we've seen today enter the bench from the back. That is allowed. So much of the sport comes down to preference and what works best for the individual. Some lifters prefer to enter from the back of the bench. And it seems to pay off for Tracy. She has a speedy opener. Here we have Laura taking the bar up to 45 kilos, 99 pounds, just above that 100-pound mark. Laura blasts through her opener. Very fast. 3 white lights and a good lift. Coming up next, we're going to have Dawn Harvey. Another lifter opening with a state record attempt, 57.5 kilos, 126 pounds on the bar. Here comes Dawn. Taking her time to make sure everything is set and tight on this bench press attempt. I have confidence because you know her. She trains from dusk until, well, you know. Here we go, Dawn. Drives through that and a smooth opener for Dawn. 2-1, that's a good lift and a state record. The bar is loaded for Maya, 62.5 kilos, 137 pounds. Very speedy opener for Maya. What'd you say? 3 white lights and a good lift. Taking the same weight, we're going to have Elizabeth Sidwell, 62.5 kilos. Sounds like we got a little bit of nightcore playing for our bench attempts here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Love the versatile music selection we got going on. A lot of stuff today.
Absolutely.
Got classic rock or metal or rap or R&B, all of it.
Something for everyone, that's for sure. And Elizabeth drives through her openers. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift. Coming up next, we're going to have Kayla taking the bar to 65 kilos, 143 pounds. This is over her own body weight on her opener.
Looking forward to seeing a big bench out of Caleb.
Absolutely. Again, sporting the Squat 2 Depth singlet. Company based out of St. Louis, Missouri. Receives the star command. An easy opener. 3 white lights. She's on the board. Taking the same weight, we're going to have Melissa Ford. Very close grip here for Melissa. And a strong opener. Looks like she might have been a little bit quick on that rack command. 3 res, that is a no lift.
Blew up that opener, though. She'll come back and get her second for sure.
Oh, absolutely. Might even still make a jump on that one.
The closer grip on the bench is definitely more advantageous to those who are tricep dominant. So most of the time, the people who bring in their grip closer, they'll have that extra tricep strength that carries them through their bench.
Absolutely. And again, this is a sport. It comes down to the lifter's anatomy, what muscle groups you can utilize to maximize your press.
Absolutely. Heather taking 70 kilograms, 154 pounds for her opener. Big X the plug echoing through the building. Solid opener from Heather. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift. For those of you who weren't around earlier to hear, bench press has 3 commands. The start command will be given whenever the lifter's arms are locked out and their butt is on the bench. The press command will be given when the bar is completely motionless on the lifter's chest. And the rack command will be given whenever the lifter has locked out their arms at the end of their bench and is holding the bar over them.
Again, the lift with the most commands on it. We have Jamie driving through her opener, 72.5 kilos.
Another powerful closed grip bench. Maribel taking 72.5 kilos, 159 pounds on the bar here.
Maribel with a very speedy opener.
Very solid bench. 2 to 1, that's a good lift. I'll have to talk to the side judge.
And she's another one of those lifters. I really like her technique there. Again, everything looks very stacked, joints-wise, very controlled. Triceps are firing.
Looks comfortable on the platform.
Very comfortable.
Lynette taking 75 kilos, 165 pounds on the bar.
Huge bench opener here for a 60-kilo lifter.
Coach Bradley Beckel giving the handoff.
Blast through that opener.
Super speedy opener. Very nice. 3 white lights. That'll be a good bench. Put Lynette on the board. £187, 85 kilos for Andy. Solid grind on that bench attempt. 3 white lights. That's a good lift. It will put her on the board.
Coming up next, we're going to have Sarah Graham out of Fit City Gym in St. Louis.
87.5 kilos on the bar, 192 pounds, opening well over her body weight.
This is a very heavy opener.
I may need some bench press tips from her.
Yeah. Coached by the bench press lord himself, Brad Beckel. Multiple 500-plus pound benches in competition at multiple different weight classes.
It's crazy to think that, some people dream of squatting that, and
Yeah,
that man pushed it off his chest.
wild to think about.
Got some monsters in the building today.
Absolutely. This goes to show there are levels to this game.
Here comes Sarah for her opening.
Sarah awaiting her start command at 87.5 kilos.
Very easy.
Very
opening.
smooth opener. And that is a good lift for Sarah. Or not Sarah. The board has lagged. All right, well, regardless, it's a good lift.
Here comes Charity.
Charity
Opening
Wakefield.
with a state record attempt. 97.5 kilos, 214 pounds on the bar. Very impressive thing.
Another lifter with a state record attempt on her opener. Seen a lot of those here today. She has a chance of going 3 for 3 with 3 state records of her own. And I just know she wants redemption on this one after missing that state record attempt on her squat.
She'll receive the handoff from her coach here.
The coach, the lifter, and the hair all matching here. I love to see that. Good catch from our spotters and loaders.
That will be a no lift. She'll come back and try and hit that on her second.
Up next, we're going to have Garrett Hugo, taking 110 kilos, 242 pounds. The bar is loaded for Garrett.
Very easy opener from Garrett. That will earn him 3 white lights. That's a good lift for his opener. Lots of room on his to add on to his second attempt or his third attempt.
Absolutely. Some big jumps there for him for sure. Excited to see where he'll end up on his third.
Tracy walking out to a state record attempt for her second attempt.
Gonna start it off on the second attempt benches.
40 kilos, 88 pounds on the bar.
Entering the bench from the back. Again, like I said earlier, that is completely up to the preference of the lifter. Some lifters find that advantageous, and she is one of them. Worked out well for her opener. Let's see how it goes here. Drives through that one. Good lift and another state record for Tracy. Slight bobble on her chest, which is why she may have received a slightly longer press command. Gotta wait till that bar is completely motionless, but she presses it up regardless.
Laura's walking out for her second attempt bench. This will be a state record attempt at 55 kilos, 121 pounds on the bar.
Here we go, Laura. Receives the handoff. She drives through that one, judges say. It's a good lift, 3 white lights. And this is another one of those lifters. You'll notice they get a slightly longer press command for that wobble off the chest. Again, you have to wait till that bar is completely motionless. It's not a 3 count. It's nothing like that. It's as soon as the bar stops moving, you'll receive a press.
Dawn is walking me out to another state record attempt, 60 kilograms, 132 pounds on the bar. Benching more than her body weight here.
Dawn drives through that one. Very impressive fight.
A good fight will earn her a good lift on that second attempt, 2-1.
And again, you only need 2 white lights to get a successful attempt.
Elizabeth approaching 65 kilos on bench, 143 pounds. Getting very close to that body weight bench.
Bar is loaded. Elizabeth taking her time to make sure she gets properly set up on that bench.
Handoff from the coach. Very smooth second attempt there.
Very smooth. I would go as far as to say she'll probably bench over her body weight on her third.
I agree. 3 white lights on that attempt will earn her a good lift. Maya coming out for her second attempt, 67.5 kilos, 148 pounds on the bar.
Smooth second attempt from Maya. Not really any turbulence on that one. I'm excited to see where she goes for her third.
Here comes Kayla taking 70 kilograms, 154 pounds on the bar out of Pig Collective.
And Kayla coming out to an awesome song at that.
Would have to agree with that. This bench is 10 kilos over her weight class.
Wow. Huge bench for a 60-kilo lifter. And very smooth at that.
Makes it look easy. The judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift for her second attempt. Excited to see what she takes for her third. Heather coming up next. We got 75 kilos on the bar, 165 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Heather.
The music is definitely helping to keep those vibes high.
Absolutely. Heather grinding through her second attempt.
But it pushed through that sticking point. That will earn her 2 white lights, which is a good lift. 2-1.
Next up, we're going to have Jamie McGuire taking the bar up to 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds.
10 kilos over her weight class for her second attempt.
Here we go, Jamie. Drive.
What a fight. Way
What
to
a
push through
fight.
that sticking point.
Oh,
2-1. She'll have to
unfortunately.
check with her side and middle judge on that one to see what she can improve on for the next attempt.
Unfortunately, a no lift there. Up next, picking the same weight, 77.5 kilos, we're going to have Maribel Aguilar. Another great song they're playing here to come out and bench to. Makes me want to hop out there myself.
I agree. And I don't even like bench press.
Maribel, very smooth second attempt. And again, a very sound technical bench there. I really like the way she presses.
All of these lifters we are seeing at the moment are hitting the raw division, which consists of knee sleeves, a belt, and wrist wraps. There is an equip division, which consists of a squat suit, knee wraps, bench shirt, and sometimes a deadlift suit. So there's a difference in the divisions, and raw is more close to natural lifting.
Quite a big difference between the two. I'm not sure we have many equipped lifters here with us today, but here we have Lynette. Blasting through her second attempt, 80 kilos on the bar. 2-1, that's a good lift. $20 kilos over her body weight bench. That is huge.
Very impressive. Excited to see what she takes for her third.
Absolutely.
Mr. Beckel will guide her in the right way on that third attempt, I'm positive.
As he always does.
Stepping up to the platform, we have Melissa taking 80 kilograms, 176 pounds on the bar for her second attempt.
Show them what you got, Melissa. Here we go. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. Unfortunately, just not there today. We still got one more attempt. Maybe she'll come back and get that one.
Amber with a state record attempt for her second bench, 87.5 kilos, 192 pounds on the bar.
Many state records are going down today.
It's quite the competition we have here.
Absolutely.
Lots of talented athletes who have trained very hard for this meet.
Only the best in the Midwest. Amber receiving the start command. Drives through. Little bit of a sticking point. Let's see what the judges say. 3 red lights. That is no lift for Amber.
My guess would be a little movement at the chest, a little downward motion.
Probably.
She'll come back on her third and try and hit that.
Absolutely. We know the strength is there.
Sarah is taking 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds for her second attempt.
I believe this is our first 200-pound bench for any of the females today.
It's impressive.
Very impressive. Coached by only the bench lord himself, Bradley Beckel. A little bit of Lincoln Park. Sarah with a very smooth and technically sound second attempt. What will she do on her third? I wonder if, I don't know if we'll see 220 on the bar. 214 probably?
Be pretty cool to see.
Yeah. I don't know, that was very smooth. Could take a pretty big jump.
I agree. Although the powerlifting competition only consists of one day, it is important to recognize that these athletes have trained very hard for weeks, even months on end, preparing for this meet. So it's important to recognize that, and everybody here has put in the work. Today it gets to pay off or not.
Prepping for these meets can often be a full-time job, and it doesn't really pay off monetarily. So working a full-time job and then putting everything you have into the sport is very difficult. So we applaud these athletes.
They really
all
love what
around.
they do.
You have to.
State record attempt, 97.5 kilos on the bar for Charity, 214 pounds.
Charity coming in, retaking her opener here. See if she can get it on this one. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. Just looks like she lost her balance a little bit there at the top. Bar was moving and then shifted on one side.
Garrett will be taking the weight up to 125 kilos, 275 pounds on the bar. Two pretty reds on the bar.
What a number.
Garrett is locked in and ready to go. Let's see how he does.
I believe he's taking a 20-kilo jump off his opener.
Impressive.
I could be wrong, but he makes it move. All right. 2-1 and a good lift for Garrett.
Starting off third attempt benches for our second flight, we have Tracy taking 42.5 kilos for a state record attempt in the 52-kilo master weight class for women.
Tracy is just racking up state records today. This is awesome.
Yes, love to see it. Solid 3 squats and now on bench.
And here she comes, entering from the back of the bench. Making sure she keeps that upper back extra tight. Drives. Foot comes up, but she finishes the lift and I believe missed the rack command there. What a fight. She pressed so hard on that one, she lost her foot on one side.
Pushed right through the sticking point.
Yep. But she's walking off laughing with her handler there.
Good effort on that.
Great effort. That's got to be a good feeling, knowing you can press the weight with one foot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Laura is coming up for her third attempt. 57.5 kilos on the bar, 126 pounds, a state record attempt. This will top her last state record she set on her last attempt.
All right. Let's see it, Laura. And what a fight. Oh, and I believe she missed the rack command on that one.
Fresh with ease for a third attempt, though.
Yep. She knew it immediately, too. As soon as she racked it, she tried to unrack again. Unfortunately, even though she caught her mistake, that is still, unfortunately, a red light.
Like I mentioned earlier, it's important that these judges hold everybody to the same standard so that it's fair and equal competition.
Absolutely. And they're doing just that. We love to see it.
Maya will be taking 70 kilos for her third attempt bench. 154 pounds on the... Maya choosing to go the no handoff route. Receive the start command. Really good fight. Moved well for a third attempt bench. Judges say 3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Very smooth for a third. Up next, we have Elizabeth taking the same weight at 70 kilos, 132 pounds, 54 pounds, I'm sorry. Kind of hard to see the board from where we're seated here, especially for a young blind man.
You need to add an extra layer to those glasses. I may have to pick up my glass.
Yep. I believe I'm actually very overdue for an eye doctor appointment. But anyway, Elizabeth taking 70 kilos, 154 pounds on her third attempt bench. Elizabeth drives. Not quite there today. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. And from where I am currently, I can hear the sound of bars hitting the floor in the back warm-up room, meaning that we are getting warmed up for deadlifts. Some say the meet does not start until the bar hits the floor.
I love the energy that comes with deadlifts.
Absolutely.
Kayla, for her third attempt bench, is coming out to a state record attempt. 76 kilograms, 167 pounds on the bar. I believe she has the chips on there.
Yep, bringing out the chips for the state record attempt. Again, when they bring out the little chips, you know it's getting serious. Again, they only bring those out for state or national record attempts, not for personal records.
Very good fight.
Kayla fighting through her third attempt. And that is a state record for Kayla, 76 kilos. She is on fire so far.
All 3 white lights on that one. That was a good press.
Great press.
Jamie will be taking 77.5 kilos on this third attempt bench, 170 pounds. 10 kilos over her body weight.
Very solid bench for Jamie. Let's see what she can do here. She is not quite able to fight through that sticking point. That is no lift. Great catch from our spotters.
Young Nudie making an appearance on the playlist.
Again, playing all kinds of music today for all genres and all types of lifters.
Heather coming out to 77.5 kilos, 170 pounds, taking the same weight for her third attempt.
Not quite there. 3 red lights and no lift for Heather. It's a bit too heavy for her today, coming right off that chest.
For Melissa's third, she'll be taking 80 kilograms, 176 pounds on the bar. She needs this one to stay in the meet, so let's get behind her, folks.
Melissa opting to use the blocks for the bench press to elevate the feet a little bit. Many lifters do this. Again, it all comes down to personal leverages and maximizing those as well as you can. Here we go, Melissa. She fights through that one. Receives the rack command. Judges say no lift.
Lynette coming out for her third bench attempt, 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds on the bar for this 60-kilo lifter.
Taking a 2.5 kilo jump from her second. I think this will move.
22.5 kilos over her body weight.
It's a very strong bench for a 60-kilo lifter. Let's see it, Lynette. I've seen her do this in the gym. I know she's capable of it.
Coach Beckel approaching the bench to give his handoff.
Handoff from Coach Brad and adds 10 kilos. And she drives through
Very
it.
smooth third attempt from Lynette. That will earn her
3
3 white
white
lights
lights.
for a good lift.
And she is excited about that one. Love to see it.
3 for 3 on bench. Maribel up next, 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds on the bar.
Maribel, I would argue, probably has the most aesthetically pleasing looking bench press I've seen so far today.
I agree. The technique and form is very sound.
There are many components to the press, and she seems to get just about all of them down pretty technically sound. Foot pressure, lat contraction, tricep dominance.
Yes.
Joint stacking, here we go. Rows the bar in. Not quite there today. Just off the chest. Great catch from our spotters.
Here comes Amber for her third attempt. She'll be taking a state record attempt at 87.5 kilos, 192 pounds on the bar.
Another state record here.
A little bit of dubstep going on for these third attempts right now. The
Perfect.
spotters are loving it.
Oh, yeah. Here we go, Amber. Taking a self-unrack here. Launches off the chest and a strong lockout.
Another good-looking third attempt.
Judges say 2-1. That is a good lift and a state record for Amber. All right.
Here comes Sarah with her third bench attempt. 97.5 kilos, 214 pounds on the bar for a state record attempt. Sarah out of Fit City.
And that's about exactly what I called it. I thought you might see 214 on the bar. I think 220 is a bit of a stretch. It's probably there if she took different jumps, but I think a 10-kilo jump, or what was it? Would have been another 7.5, I believe. Might have been too much.
Your expertise in handling came in handy.
Thank you, sir. Was taught by the one and only Coach Bradley Beckel. But yeah, 97.5 kilos on the bar for Sarah, 214 pounds. This is a huge bench. And a state record attempt.
15 kilos over her body weight.
And Sarah launches it off the chest,
Grinds it out. Very impressive.
3 white lights and a good lift for Sarah. She is hyped about that. Coming back to Coach Brad's corner.
Taking the same weight, we have Charity for a state record attempt. 97.5 kilos, 214 pounds on the bar.
Boy, these state records are just going down left and right, huh?
Absolutely. We saw it in squats. Now we're seeing it on bench. I can't wait to see what happens with deadlifts.
Again, some say the meet doesn't start until the bar hits the floor.
I believe deadlift specialists say that.
Yeah. That would be who. Anyway, Charity Wakefield, another state record attempt. 97.5 kilos. I believe she needs this one to stay in the meet.
She'll receive the handoff from the coach here. Come on, Charity.
Gonna need everything she's got on this one. Some techno beats. Unfortunately, not quite there. 3 red lights, no lift for Charity.
Next up, we have Garrett taking 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds on the bar.
This is a very interesting approach he's taking to his bench press here. Taking a 20-kilo jump from his first to his second, and then a 2.5-kilo jump from his second to his third. Definitely a method behind that for sure. Let's see if it pays off for him. I know some lifters like to take a very light opener on bench and make a big jump. We've seen this before at meets we've worked.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he drives it. Oh, not quite there. Great catch from our spotters and loaders. Again, Garrett is a very dynamic lifter. He lifts very quickly, so you got to be able to react fast in these situations.
Take a 10-minute break for. Are we taking? We will take another 10-minute. We will take another 10-minute break shortly, so we can set up the platform for deadlifts. We're getting the rack torn down right now, so we'll be back in 10 minutes.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
concludes our 10-minute break heading into deadlifts. Getting us started, we've got Cameron Daber.
Want some help? Sure. Jonathan. Yep.
Joining us here on the live stream, we have Jonathan from Better Through the Barbell.
That looks like it was going to be a good lift right there.
And 3 wide lights for Cameron. Getting us started off on deadlifts. Up next, we've got Julia taking the same weight, 120 kilos, 264 pounds. Bar is loaded for Julia.
As you can see, we're coming out with a conventional stance. This lifter, oh no, she changed it up on us, didn't she?
The old bait and switch.
Yep. Very smooth opener right there.
3 wide lights and a good lift for Julia.
We got Kelly up next, taking the bar up to 137.5 kgs. Looks like we're going for a state record attempt on this lift as well.
Just over 300 pounds here for one of our teen lifters on our opener deadlift.
Spotters and loaders got the weight on the bar. Got the bars loaded command. Oh, this one is going to be conventional.
Oh, yeah.
My preferred style. Definitely believe in that sumo cheating mentality, but it's legal in powerlifting, so.
And that is 3 white lights and a good lift for Kelly.
She just set a state record then.
Yep, that is a state record. Seeing lots of state records go down on openers today.
It is very impressive, especially in this junior teenage class that we're seeing competitors at today.
Absolutely. And you're seeing those divisions grow a lot more in the sport these days.
I like to think I'm a little cause of that, being a youth powerlifting program.
Absolutely. I mean, it's guys like you that make this sport grow, you know, so.
Building the next generation stronger. That's my motto.
Absolutely. I love that.
We got to get sumo deadlifter right here. Now, for you at home, as you notice, that bar was really slow to break off the ground. That is actually very typical for a sumo lift. Once it broke, though, that bar moved fast.
Absolutely. Pretty much the bitter opposite of a conventional deadlift. You see oftentimes they rip it off the floor and kind of struggle. Yeah.
Yep.
Struggle with that lockout point. It's a completely different lift. Here we've got Hannah.
At 145 kgs. Down command.
3 white lights and a good lift. Another conventional deadlifter here.
Keeping the bar at the same weight for Emery.
Emery out of Gonzo's Barbell. I believe he is actually the son of Gonzo himself.
Now for y'all at home, y'all notice that a lockout for deadlift is going to be knees, hips, and shoulders. That's what the judges are looking for. They need to keep their knees and hips straight and their shoulders back.
Yes, sir. Very easy opener for Emery.
He was built for sumo. Those hips got to stay high. His long arms made it much better of a leverage point for him.
Absolutely. Lifters doing a very good job of maximizing their own personal leverage.
We're getting over 400 pounds now with Carter.
Representing Primal Instinct.
Amazing hairdo Carter got going on.
Love it. Another lifter looks like he was built for the sumo deadlift. Two to one, that is a good lift for Carter.
I believe the right judge had him for his knees. Looked a little soft in that position.
Gotcha.
You got to have them knees locked out or straight.
Here we've got Aiden, another teen lifter, coming up to 408 pounds on the bar for his opener.
I don't think 15, 20 years ago teens were lifting these 400-pound deadlifts as openers for sure.
Oh, definitely not.
It's amazing how strong and big this sport's getting.
Absolutely. And I've only been in the sport for about 5 years now, and just in the time I've been in it, you know, coming up, I was pretty much the only teen lifter in most meets that I went to, and now, you know, you'd be hard-pressed to find a meet without any.
Yeah. And honestly, we're getting to the point where there's 2 to 3 lifters in a weight class, and about 2 years ago when I started Better Through the Barbell, you'd only see 1 and maybe 1 or 2 weight classes per meet.
Yeah.
And to see them step up on a regional stage, a big platform like this, it's impressive because it takes a lot of nerves, a lot of steel.
Absolutely. And speaking of teen lifters, we just had Conrad come up to his opener attempt, 195 kilos, 430 pounds for a 123-pound male in the 15 to 17 age category. Did go 2-1. He got red lighted on that, but I believe it was on a technicality. It moved pretty easy for him.
It did move very fast. I think he's just going to either have to fix that lockout, or he might have pushed the bar a little bit on the down path. They could have got him for that too.
Yeah.
You can't slam the bar down. You have to let it go down gently, or at least at its own will.
Here we have Jeremy, 207.5 kilos.
I need another conventional deadlift to come on, though. I'm feeling outnumbered here.
Smooth opener for Jeremy.
Now, as you noticed at home, they got white powder all over their legs. That is baby powder to reduce the friction on their legs so that bar rides up smoothly. You don't want any resistance of the skin on that bar pad.
Definitely not. So lifters will have 2 different kinds of powder on them. They'll have baby powder on the legs to help support the bar, as well as chalk on the hands for grip. It's very important you don't confuse the two.
Yeah, you don't want to put chalk on them legs. That's going to cause a little friction.
Absolutely. Same thing with getting that baby powder on your hands. You know, that'll cause it to slip.
We got Daniel up next at 215 kgs, 474 pounds.
Here you go, John. Here's a
Yeah, there we
deadlifter for
go.
you.
Got them shoulders back. Should be a good lift.
And it is 3 white lights for Daniel.
The spotters and loaders are doing a good job getting these bars changed over weights very, very quickly. This meet has been running very smooth today.
Very much so. These spotters are very efficient.
Nice little tidbit. You can actually only adjust your belt on the platform. So as you see, a lot of these lifters are tightening those belts, but they actually can't mess with anything else on the platform. Can't mess with their socks, wrist straps, or anything like that.
That is true. They will ask you to step off the platform if you're adjusting anything other than your belt. And that is 3 white lights. Bar is loaded for Zach. 220 kilos, 485 pounds.
We're getting so close to that 500-pound mark. Will we see it in an opener today?
Yeah, hopefully. Speedy opener for Zach. I bet we'll see 500 plus conventional on his second.
Oh, yeah, and I like it. Making me ready for tomorrow. I'm in the afternoon session lifting tomorrow.
All right. You hear it now, folks. We got Jonathan from Better Through the Barbell competing tomorrow. Keep your eyes peeled.
Session 2.
Session 2.
Pulling conventional.
Pulling. Yes, sir.
We got Christopher up next with 232.5. We did reach that 500 mark. We're at 513 pounds.
Last deadlift of opening attempts here.
I don't think I noticed this. He's the first one with no shirt.
Oh, is he?
I don't know. I haven't paid attention to that. But in deadlifts, unlike bench and squat, you can actually go shirtless. All you have to do is wear your singlet.
Absolutely, yeah. I haven't been paying attention, but I think you might be right. He might be the first one to take it off.
The bar got adjusted to the second attempt weights. We're going back down to 122.5 kg for Cameron.
Cameron getting us started here with our second attempt out of Gonzo's barbell.
I believe she's just in her sparkly belt there.
Oh, yeah.
I do love the fact that you can show your personality in your belts nowadays. It's definitely a neat aspect of powerlifting.
Absolutely. Powerlifting is one of those sports you do have that sense of self-expression, you know. You can come out with any kind of hairdo you want, any kind of belt. You can make it up however you want. It's a great thing.
Julia's up next with 130 kg, 287 pounds.
Speaking of awesome hair, check out Julia here.
The braids are in full force today, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
I don't think my millimeter hair is going to allow me to get braids today.
Maybe not quite.
Oh,
Julia,
struggled a little bit at the knees. Did she get it? She got it up.
judges say no lift.
I think they got her for some up and down motion in that when she got stuck.
I think so.
The bar path cannot have any reverse motion, so it can't be going up and then have a dip.
The bar is allowed to stall as long as it's motionless, and then you keep driving through that. That's fine, but as soon as the bar dips, that's a no lift.
We got Kelly with the conventional stance. 315 pounds or the traditional 345 basically.
Yep. Smooth second attempt.
Judges loved it.
That's a good point. That number 314, that's right about the 3 plate pound mark
Yep,
in the gym. That's a big deal.
very much so. A huge, big deal for men, much less women. I can't believe how strong these women have come. It's just so inspirational as a girl dad to get to see and bring these my daughter to these competitions. Just to see how strong women can become. It's very inspirational.
Absolutely. Kind of shows you can do anything, you know. That's great.
I'm excited. Our actual organization is made up about 50% female lifters.
Really? Is that so?
Yep.
That's great. And for a youth program too. That's amazing.
Our second strongest lifter is a female.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a grind from Julia on her state record attempt. 3 white lights and a
That's
good
a good
lift.
lift.
What a fight.
Well deserved. That was a fight.
And again, you may have seen the bar stall a little bit, but there was no downward motion on that. That's a great lift.
We got Hannah up next at 152 kgs. Pulling conventional, locking it out.
Very strong second attempt for Hannah. Judges like it. 3 white lights.
Ooh, this next attempt from Emory is going to be a national record attempt. That's a big deal, guys. National records being won here at regionals.
The bar is loaded. Here comes Emory, coached by his father, Gonzo, Eric Gonzalez.
The bar's at 342 pounds. Gets it up.
Ooh, and I think he might have.
Yep, he beat the command.
Yep. Very smooth pull, but again, just missed that down
Lockout.
command.
Gravity, man, it gets you.
Yep. That's what this game is the war on gravity, right?
Mm-hmm. We got Aiden up next. We're taking the bar up to 190 kgs, 419 pounds.
Bar is loaded for Aiden.
Aiden's only 16 or 17 years old. Pulling conventional, getting those lats tight. Will he lock it out?
Smooth second attempt, looks like.
Judges say 3 wide lights. It's a good lift.
Coming up next, we're going to have Carter Doss, 192.5 kilos, 424 pounds. I remember him from that awesome hairdo.
Yeah, that's some good hair.
Oh, yeah. And again, a guy who's built for the sumo deadlift.
Got them long limbs.
Oh, yeah. A little bit of turbulence at the top, but locks it out. Judges say no lift.
When that central nervous system gives you the shakes, that control of that bar path gets a lot harder.
Absolutely.
Now, that central nervous will make you dance real good, though, on deadlifts.
Yes, sir. Here comes Conrad Fletty, 207.5 kilos, over 450 pounds.
We're going for another national record attempt here, it looks like, too. 13 to 15-year-old division.
He locks it out. Judges say 3 wide lights and a good lift.
He is the national record holder now.
That's incredible.
Insane. 13 to 15 years old.
Only 123 pounds body weight.
On probably the biggest stage he's ever competed at.
Yeah.
That takes a lot of will and a lot of control of your emotions right there. That's amazing.
Absolutely. Being such a young lifter coming out onto the stage, it has to be nerve-wracking, but he knows how to control those emotions and execute.
We got Jeremy up next.
Jeremy has been Mr. Energy all day. I love his hype. And nothing changes here. He comes out guns blazing, ready for his second attempt, 225 kilos.
497 pounds. If he gets this, I know he's going over 500 on that third.
Oh, yeah. I think it's there.
I'd hate to buy all the baby powder he uses, though. Boy, he is covering them legs.
Yep.
The spotter and loader is going to clean the bar off to make sure we can grip it good. Probably pat out the platform a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Here we have Daniel, 501 pounds. Huge milestone right here.
Got to love it with those 4 reds on there.
Oh,
pretty
yeah.
sight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, fast locks.
Smooth second attempt.
3 white lights. That's a good lift.
Yes, sir. Setting himself up nicely for a big third pull.
Zachary's up next with 232.5 kgs. 513 pounds right here.
Huge deadlift from another lifter out of Gonzo's Barbell. The old grip and rip seems to have worked out for him. 3 wide lights.
Spotters and loaders are making sure those plates are tight. Don't want any weird bar path pattern as you're lifting. Any little bit of slack in those weights can make that bar feel totally different.
Absolutely. It's very important we get those collars on and screwed on appropriately. All right.
Moving. Locked out.
3 white lights for 1.
Going to get real exciting as these thirds are about to start. The last lift of the day for these competitors. They're going to give everything they have on that last lift. Christopher's up next with 240 kgs, 529 pounds.
Here comes Christopher. Another conventional puller here. Unfortunately not there today for Christopher. He'll come back on his third, give it another shot. Coming back to the top of the flight, we got Julio with 130 kilos, 286 pounds. After Start of third attempts.
Last lift for these competitors. You're going to see them fight like never before if that bar's slow. They're going to give everything they have,
Oh, yeah.
and they're going to feel it tomorrow, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Julia approaching 286 pounds here.
Nearly
Lines
double
it
her
up.
body weight, too, guys.
Great fight. 2-1.
Got it, yes.
All right.
We were wrong. Cameron's going to come out
Oh, all right.
shirtless, too.
Oh,
Even
nice.
women can wear their sports bra on deadlifts. That actually wasn't an option about 4 years ago.
Was it really?
Yeah, most federations changed that,
Wow.
trying to be more fair and equal to the sexes.
That's great. Great to see.
292 pounds on the bar. That's
Ooh.
fast.
Very easy third attempt for Cameron.
She is definitely going to be a 300-pound deadlifter come next competition. No
Oh,
question
for sure.
asked.
Absolutely. And her coach is hyped for that one.
You know, sometimes it's actually better to have a good moving third attempt because it sets up the program just for so much more success after this comp. You know, most of these lifters are going to take a week or so, and then they're going to go right back into meet prep, whether it be 16, 20 weeks. And having that easy third attempt, it changes your mindset. You're more hungry than ever.
Absolutely. Keeps some momentum going into the next block.
Got 330 pounds on Julia. So that's a state record attempt, I think.
Yeah, I believe so. State record attempt for Julia. Not quite there today.
You know, sometimes I'd rather my bar not break than to fight and not finish it at the end.
Yeah.
Boy, talking about a lot of damage trying to fight those lifts, but if you can't break it, you just know that it wasn't happening today.
Yep. There's no, oh, I could have done this or could have done that. It's, oh, just wasn't strong enough today. Here we have Kelly. Same weight, 150 kilos, 330 pounds on the bar.
Another state record attempt for her. Oh, it moved. And she's going to fight. Locked.
Great
Got the
fight.
down command.
2-1. Good lift for Cameron, or not Cameron.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, me neither. Hard to keep track. They move so fast on the screen.
All I know is that person is the state record holder now.
Yes,
And
sir.
she well earned that fight.
Absolutely.
Emery's up next. 155 kgs or 342 pounds. This is double his body weight right here.
An easy pull.
Yeah, that needed some more weight on it.
Yeah, 2-1. It's a good lift. Coached by his father, Eric Gonzalez, also known as Gonzo of Gonzo's Barbell, and he is excited for that one.
Hannah's up next with 160 kgs or 353 pounds.
Representing the Manifest Iron.
This is about 2.5 times her body weight pulling conventional. She breaks. Shoulders, come on, got to get them shoulders.
Keep fighting. Oh, it's right.
Oh,
Boy, she
such a good fight, though.
gave that one everything she had.
Man, that's what makes this sport so much fun to watch, though. You can see these competitors just put everything, and it's not a 1 or 2 second fight. It's sometimes 10,
Yeah.
15 seconds holding that bar.
Yep. As long as that bar's in your hand, you got to keep fighting.
Gravity wins sometimes, though, man. Ah.
Sometimes it does, but you can always tell the lifters that fight to the very end, you know. Love to see that.
We got Mr. Hairdo coming up.
Out of Primal Instinct, Carter Doss, 424 pounds on the bar.
Smooth move.
What a fight. Gets the down command. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, no lift.
That left knee just gets so shaky that bar path just has a reverse in it.
Yeah. And again, as soon as you see that dip in the bar, you know, as a judge, you got to call the red light.
We got Aiden up next, 195.5 kgs. And this being a national record attempt, he can chip his weight.
Staring down the national record attempt, bringing the intensity to the bar. 431 pounds.
Come on.
Come on. There it is.
Blocked out.
Looks like a good lift, judges say. 3 wide lie.
That's a good lift. National record attempt was successful.
How exciting. Coming off 3 for 3 on deadlifts and with a national record. Doesn't get much better than that.
No. To say you're the best in the world at your age and weight class, or at least in the nation right now, I've never done it, so I couldn't tell you what it feels like, but I bet it's amazing.
Yep, I can't say that I have either, but you can only imagine, right? Speaking of national records, we got Conrad Fletty on the platform here. 485-pound deadlift. 13 to 15-year-old age category. And he
4
drives.
times his body weight attempt right there. That was an attempt at 4 times his body weight.
That's
is
incredible.
Insane for such a young lifter.
Wow. To even load that much.
What's good about third deadlifts is if you've had a good meet up to that point, sometimes you get adventurous. Sometimes you put on a number and just hope.
Yeah.
You know, it might have not been in the cards, but you've had such a good meet that you go all out and go for broke because one bad lift's not going to hurt you because you've had such a good meet. And I think that's what that attempt was.
Probably, yeah. I'm with you there. Here we have Jeremy.
230 kgs.
507 pounds. This is Mr. Energy right here. Let's see it, Jeremy.
Spotter back there is just waiting to make sure everything goes safe.
Oh, a little bit of a wiggle. Let's see.
Yeah.
No lift, yeah. Downward motion, it looks like. But a great fight regardless.
And you love seeing when those lifters have had such a good day and show respect to those judges.
Absolutely.
We wouldn't be here without these judges. They give their time and energy for these lifters to perform at their peak and to show them respect. It's just an amazing person when you see that.
Absolutely. And it's greatly appreciated.
Especially on a missed lift.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, that speaks to the volume of that person right there, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Great sportsmanship out of Jeremy there.
Daniel's up next with 237.5 kgs.
Sets his grip.
Gets some lats tight. Pushes that floor down.
Oh, grabs the engine.
Come on, lock it out.
What a fight. Judges say 3 white lights and a good lift.
Now, you'll notice with that attempt, his central nervous system did kick in. You could see the leg shake, but that bar did not move down. So not every lifter handles central nervous system overwhelm the same. Some people get shaky, and some people get real shaky.
Yes. We have Christopher approaching 530 pounds on the bar for his third attempt. Come on, Chris.
Yeah, that's definitely downward bar path. Might even have a little hitch in there, so I'm definitely going to say that's a no lift.
Yeah, no lift for Christopher.
Zachary's coming up with 240 kgs or 529 pounds. Another lifter out of Gonzo right here. He's definitely had probably 3 or 4 lifters this meet, hasn't he?
Yeah, at least. He's definitely had a decent crew with him here, at least just in day one.
Oh, this is Grip it and Rip It guy right here.
Oh, yeah. Here we go.
Gonna notice he doesn't really overly tighten. He just grabs and goes.
I love that.
He got it up. What did the judges say?
2-1 and a good lift. You think that might have been ramping on the one side potentially?
Maybe.
Maybe a soft knee or I don't know. But regardless, a good lift. And that brings us to our heaviest deadlift of Flight A. Juan Mendoza, 255
Of
kilos.
day one.
Of day one.
There is a flight, too, for today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go, Juan. 90-kilo lifter lifting 562 pounds.
Everybody's getting behind him in the crowd. We're ready to see this last deadlift for this flight. It breaks. He's getting it. Still moving.
Gotta get those shoulders back. And he fights it through. Gets the down command. Let's see what those judges say. 3 wide lie.
Good job. All
Way to round it out, Juan.
right, that is the end of flight A, or actually session 1, right? Or do we have?
I believe we have another flight of deadlifts to
Awesome.
go
That's
through,
what I
yeah.
thought.
Yeah.
So we got flight B coming up next.
Yeah, we'll get right into these Flight B deadlifts. Starting us off with the opener deadlift is Tracy Dietrich.
With 100 kgs or 220 pounds. Or basically 245s on each side.
Yeah. You're doing gym math, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming not all these listeners have done powerlifting meets. Some of them are just your standard gym goers, you know.
This is true.
Them red kilo plates are so different than those 45s.
Yeah.
Looks like we're starting off conventional. This is going to be the flight that's more conventional than deadlifts. I'm calling it.
And Tracy here getting us started off with another national record attempt. Makes
On
it
an
move easy.
opener.
On an opener. I believe she has 6 national records today, if I'm not mistaken. Make that 7.
That's 7 more than I have.
Yeah, me too.
You think she'll let us borrow one?
Maybe. If we ask nicely.
Yeah. We got Melissa up next with 110 kgs, taking that bar up to 243 pounds, basically. Now, Melissa is in our submasters group, so Melissa's 35 to 39, which basically submasters is that age group, and then after 39 becomes a master level lifter. That's how that age group works. You're open before that, though. And that was a good lift.
And as a master's lifter, are you still able to enter the open category? Or
You sure can. You're able to cross over. You can compete at anything below that as well.
Okay.
So
Interesting.
I technically cross over in a lot of my local meets. I'll do submasters and open,
Okay.
and potentially can win an award in both.
All right. Here we have Dawn taking her first attempt, 112 kilos, 248 pounds, sorry.
And she's actually a master's lifter, so she's 40 to 44, considered
Alright.
masters 1.
Huh.
That's what's insane too, though. Over the last 5 or 10 years, you're really seeing those master level classes grow as people are realizing that age is just a number.
Yeah,
I mean, I've actually seen a 92-year-old compete in deadlift only before in a comp.
really. That's
Mo-
incredible.
One of the most inspirational things I've ever seen.
Yeah. This shows the mind is so much stronger than the body, you know?
Age is just a number.
Yep. Seeing it grow on both ends, the youth and the older categories.
State record attempt for Laura right here, 120 kgs.
It's like a smooth opener for her. She gets 3 white lights. Coming up next here, we got Maribel Aguilar taking 130 kilos or 286 pounds on the bar. Coming out to Du Hast. Great song.
Got her deadlift slippers on.
Oh, yeah.
I like seeing the different changes of shoe game in this sport.
Absolutely. Not too long ago, it was all Chuck Taylors.
Yep. Or I saw a lot of bands too.
Yep.
Now you got Noble high tops and deadlift, slippers. You just never know what you're going to see on the platform.
Yep. See a lot of people wear Air Jordans when they're squatting, specifically
Yeah.
the Jordan 1. Yeah.
Russ Swoll out of Texas has made that extremely popular.
Absolutely, yeah. Here we're going to have Kayla walking up to 135 kilos, 297 pounds, just below that 300-pound mark. Kayla has had excellent attempt selection and execution all day. Let's see if she can keep it going into deadlifts. And that's a smooth opener.
Notice all these competitors are coming out with knee-high socks on. That is actually in the rule book, and that's to prevent any blood from scrapes on those shins from getting on that bar.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to come up and lift on the same bar after someone's just bled on it, you know? So. Our spotters and loaders making sure that bar is nice and clean.
Lynetta got 147.5 kgs, 325 pounds. I'm telling you, we've seen more conventional this flight. I love it.
Yeah. This definitely seems to be the conventional flight for
She
sure.
actually has a very narrow stance even for conventional.
Yeah. Very efficient, too. She smoked that opener. I think we'll see a big pull out of Lynette today. She is what they would call a deadlift specialist. Here we got Maya taking the same weight, 147.5 kilos, 325 pounds.
Speaking of Chuck Taylors,
Yeah, there you go.
repping that A7 everywhere else.
Yep. A7 Digital, one of our sponsors at this meet.
Yep. And a very good partner of Better Through the Barbell.
Oh, really?
Want to say a shout out and thank you to A7 here.
Absolutely.
We got Heather up next with 147.5 kgs. Was that about 325, I think?
Yeah, that's what it says, 325. That's her grip.
No, another conventional, a little wider stance conventional, but I would definitely not call that sumo.
Oh, definitely not.
That's 3 wide lights. That's a good lift.
Very good lift.
Jamie's coming up next with 150 kgs or 330 pounds for a state record attempt opener here. She's in the Masters class. A lot of Masters lifters in this flight.
Yeah.
Got the ducks on the socks here.
All right. Love to see that.
I love to see that personality flare on that platform.
Me too. And a very fast opener for Jamie. Judges like it. 3 wide lights.
Now, any state or national record attempt that is successful has to get their equipment rechecked by another judge. So as you saw her kind of hesitate on the platform, she was looking at where she needed to go to get her equipment rechecked, just to make sure that they haven't put something on since the equipment check from this yesterday. We got Charity up next with 150 kgs.
Charity showing a lot of character here. She did happen to bomb out on bench, but still showing up and getting her deadlifts in. Hitting a smooth opener, it looks like, at 150.
Super quick.
3 wide lights.
You know, I will say both on the lifter for continuing to compete and also for just the directors allowing that to go and allowing them to really get their money's worth and at least try to have successful attempts. That tells you where this sport's come.
Absolutely.
We got Elizabeth up now with 160 kgs, 353 pounds.
The bar is loaded for Elizabeth. Elizabeth bringing the intensity here to her third attempt.
We're going sumo now.
Oh, yeah.
Or actually, she is a little narrow for sumo, but reminds me of Ed Cohn style lift right there.
Yeah, Ed Cohen did have that modified sumo, almost
Yep.
like a frog stance. A lot of lifters find that to be the best way to pull for their leverages. And Elizabeth with a smooth opener.
I mean, I'm not going to knock anybody that tries to mimic Ed Cohn, so that's for sure.
Absolutely.
One of the greatest. We got Sarah up next at 162.5 kgs.
Out of Fit City Gym in St. Louis. Coached by Bradley Beckel here.
Opening with basically nearly double her body weight.
Yeah.
Another conventional style puller. I
Very.
told you this was going to be the flop.
Yep. And you've been right so far. I'll tell you what, that was a very fast opener, but she's a very technically sound deadlifter.
Yes.
Everything is locked in there. Lats, glutes,
Yep.
quads,
Knee
everything.
positioning pushed out to activate those hamstrings. All of it looked good.
Very much.
That's one thing I don't see in our lifters in the youth because their joints haven't got so strong. Their knees tend to cave in more often. And so really focusing on pushing those knees out so those hamstrings can activate in the deadlift. And she looked basically perfection in that last lift.
I would have to agree on that. Yeah. Here we
Another
go.
conventional.
Yep.
Amber.
Got to start taking a tally here.
I know, 185 kg, 407 pounds.
She locks it out with a sparkly belt. Judges say 3 white lights.
Deadlift is definitely going better than some of the other lifts that we saw. I don't think we've seen anybody get close to bombing out on deadlifts.
Not so far, no.
Yes.
Yeah, the deadlift is a lift with the least amount of commands to follow. It's just
Yep.
the down command, whereas it's really easy to jump a rack command or
Yep.
something on the bench or the squat.
It's also one of the lifts you see the biggest jumps. I think more people take conservative first attempts on deadlifts because it's easier to take 10, 12.5 kg jumps than sometimes on the bench and then the squat.
I would have to agree. Garrett rips his opener at 490 pounds.
That was super quick. He had so much strength that I thought when he was just locked or getting the tension out of the bar, it was going to break.
Yeah.
We got Tracy up next now. We starting attempt 2, it looks like.
Yeah, Trace would be the first one and second attempts. Taking the bar down to 110 kilos, 243 pounds.
State record attempt.
Another state record attempt for Tracy. Boy, she's just racking them up today.
When you got it, you got it.
Yep. When you're on, you know, might as well. And she's been on so far today. Let's see if you can carry that momentum here.
Yeah, she's right now 6 for 7. Or she's going for to be 6 for 7 right here. Looks like she only missed one of her bench presses.
Gotcha. She rips that one up. Judges say 3 wide lights.
I couldn't tell if she had 2 different shoes on or if there was just so much powder on that right foot that it looked like 2 different colors.
I didn't catch it, but
Melissa's up next with 117.5 kgs. About 259 pounds.
bar is loaded for Melissa.
Thank you. Break good. Locked out. Judges say
2-1. That's a good lift for Melissa. Another one of our sumo deadlifters. The very few in this flight.
yeah. I think that judge might have seen some issues with the lockout in her shoulder
Okay.
on that side of the lift. It did look like it was a little forward more than the other one, so that's probably what that red light was for.
Yeah.
Got to have those shoulders back. You can't have any forward angle.
Got to have the hips, the knees, and the shoulders all in line.
We got Laura up next, 132.5 kgs for a state record attempt.
Get the down command.
Now, Laura did something interesting. As you noticed, that she pushed the bar forward and then pulled it towards her to create some momentum as she pulled. And that is completely legal on the platform.
Absolutely. It's a very unique technique, but
Yeah.
you'll see some lifters utilize that and get a lot out of it.
Yep.
It's difficult to master, but when you get it right and you get the
Yeah.
timing and everything, it can be really beneficial. Here we got Kayla coming up to one of my favorite Metallica songs right here.
314 pounds on the bar. Pulling conventional. Pulling it super fast.
Super fast. Look
I-
just as easy as her opener right
I was
there.
about to say, I hope she makes a decent sized jump because she needs to put some weight on that bar.
Yeah. I mean, if we're in the gym talking right now, that's 315 pounds. 3
Yep.
plates aside, throw on a quarter, right?
That might be a little much.
Nah, I'm just kidding.
At least a dime on each side, though.
Yeah,
Go for broke on that third.
absolutely. Especially with Kayla, she's had such a great day so far.
Exactly.
Here we have Maribel taking her second attempt, 147.5 kilos, 325 pounds.
Had a little bit of hip shift, but she was able to bring it up.
Judges like it. They say 3 white lights.
I will say one thing that I really like about some of these lifters that I've seen is their setup for their second and third attempts have been identical. So with deadlift especially, you want that setup to almost look like a perfect dance every time that you're taking the same steps to set up. That ensures that you're getting the same amount of tightness and pressure in those muscles to make that a successful attempt.
Absolutely. A lot of lifters have their own little personal ritual they do before just about every lift, and you want to keep that the same regardless of if there's more weight on the bar.
Correct. Jamie's up next, state record attempt with 347. No, is that?
Yeah, 347.
Okay, I was making sure.
Ooh, looks like she might have missed that down command.
Yeah. She'll definitely come back at least and get that on the next one.
Yeah. Next up, we're going to have Lynette taking the bar. Same weight here, 347 pounds.
Very narrow stance. As you can see, her knees get pushed out to really activate those hamstrings.
Yep.
Great lift.
Great one.
Judges say
3 white lights. That'll set her up nicely for a big third pull.
correct. Got May up next with 157.5 kgs. As you notice, a lot of these lifters are taking the same attempts. I don't think you'll see that as much in the third. I think you're going to start seeing some breaks in these attempt selections.
Yeah. Maya with another very narrow conventional stance. 3
But a
wide
good
lights.
lift. We got Heather up next, same weight. I believe that's a 4th or 5th lifter with this weight,
I
yeah.
was going to say, yeah, about 5, I think.
I know the spotters and loaders are appreciating the attempt selections right now.
Absolutely. I know I would be.
Yes. I tell you what, if you're a power lifter just watching this at home and if you never volunteered, I really recommend you finding a meet and just seeing if you can volunteer spot and loading. It's greatly needed, and it'll make you appreciate the sport so much more after you volunteer.
Absolutely. It's a completely different perspective being on the platform as a lifter, but then being on there as well as a spotter and lifter, gives you more appreciation and understanding for the sport.
And if you thought you were sore after a meet, spot and load, you'll be 5 times sore.
Yep. Not only will your muscles be sore, but you'll be out of breath too. It's a lot of cardio.
Yes. Forearm pump city, that's for sure.
Oh yeah, you come off feeling like you just went to CrossFit class.
We got Charity back up for her second attempt, pulling a 160 kg attempt. That's 353 pounds. You can definitely tell her demeanor's changed a little bit after that successful attempt. We're definitely glad to see that happen.
Absolutely. She looks focused right now.
And smooth, shoulders back.
Three wide
wide.
Good lift for Charity. I wonder what she'll go for her third, because at this point, she won't post a total. You know,
Yep.
she bombed out on bench, but she's still deciding to deadlift. I wonder if she'll go for broke.
Or if she's just going to try to keep the momentum good and end the meet on a positive note.
Yeah,
It'll definitely be something her and her coach talks about, I'm sure.
absolutely. Definitely
the
two
60
ways.
In the 60 seconds you have to decide.
Yeah, right.
Elizabeth up next, 172.5 kgs for a state record attempt right here. That's 380 pounds. She's getting very close to triple body weight right here. Very, very close.
Yeah, this is a huge deadlift right here for a 67-kilo lifter. He keeps that bar closed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Shoulder's going to get back.
Looks like a good lift. Let's see what those
Knee
judges say.
stayed nice and locked.
2 to
2 to
1.
1.
It's a good lift.
Yeah.
And again, for those of you at home, you only need 2 white lights in order to get a good lift.
Yeah. You'll notice on the deadlift, a lot of lifters don't talk to their judges for red as much as they do on bench and squat. I think they either tell or are just more confident on delivering that next lift.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that. I definitely have noticed that too.
Yeah. We got Sarah with the same weight.
380 pounds.
Picture perfect technique.
Absolutely. 3 white lights and another very smooth deadlift attempt for Sarah.
I think you're gonna see a nice little third on it for her. She's looking great.
She's looking right at that 400-pound mark. She's 20 pounds below that right now. Might be a big jump, but getting close to that would be.
I'm at that point in my squat where I think I might go for like 590 tomorrow for my third, but I'm at the same point where do I just put the extra 10 pounds and try for 600?
Yeah, that's such
It's
a
one of those hard choices.
Yeah.
It's definitely, attempt selection is a mental game so much. It's not just putting some numbers to the paper and going for it. It's nerve-wracking.
Absolutely.
We got Amber up for a state record attempt at 190 kgs, 419 pounds. Sparkly belt.
I believe this is Amber's second state record attempt of the day.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Got a Pioneer belt on, which is another good partner of Better Through the Barbell.
Absolutely, yeah. Great brand.
Yes. Very, very giving to the powerlifting community.
Very much. Some of the best belts in the game right there.
Some of the most customizable belts in the game, too.
Yep.
Have you seen their Jordan released belts that they've done for some of their special lifters
No, I
that
haven't seen
mimic
that.
shoes? Oh, talking about the Air Forces that we were talking about, they make some custom looking shoe belts based on famous Jordan models like the Jordan 3s. Man, they were incredible.
That's awesome. We have Garrett Hugo taking his second attempt, 512 pounds. And another smooth attempt for Garrett.
Yeah, I need him to put some weight on the bar.
Yeah.
It looked like he had a little breath control issue, though, there. He had to be caught by the spotters a little bit.
Yeah.
Getting in deadlift position with that belt on really pushes into that core and controlling your breath, man. It gets hard. You'll see these lifters turn bright red.
Yep.
We are about to start third attempts.
Final deadlifts here of session 1, day 1,
Yeah.
WRPF Mid-American Regional.
Tracy going for like 300th record attempt right here, it feels like.
Yeah. I think just about every attempt she made today was a
Yeah.
state record.
Mm-hmm.
Very impressive stuff out of Tracy.
This is a 52 kg master, 50 to 54 lifter, about to pull 260 pounds, y'all. Age is just a number. Get out there and go lift some weights. This
Yep.
ain't inspiring.
And she fights through it. Let's
Uh,
see what those judges say.
that
Three wide
guy,
legs.
yeah. Good lift.
All right. 9 for 9 with 9 state records, I believe. What a day.
No, I think she missed one on bench.
Oh, did she? Okay,
Yeah.
okay, my bad.
Still 8 for 9 is a great day.
Oh, absolutely.
I'll take it all day long.
Yeah. If I'm going to miss one, too, let it be my bench.
I think I'll take a deadlift miss over anything. That's my least successful.
That's true, yeah. Maybe like a third attempt deadlift, you know.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with that. Here we have Melissa taking 125 kilos, 275 pounds.
Getting those shoulders back in that sumo deadlift pull.
Very smooth third attempt for Melissa.
She thinks she got it.
Oh, judges say no.
Yeah. So if you notice, her left knee kind of buckled, which made that bar come down a little bit. I think that's what they got her for.
Gotcha.
Yeah. You got to watch when you lock that out so hard, it can buckle your leg a little bit.
Yeah. Kind of cause the bar to drop a little
Yep.
bit. Yeah.
We got Laura up next with a state record attempt of 145 kgs.
And the judges say 3 wide light.
Yeah.
Good lift for Laura.
That was definitely a good attempt selection. You saw the central nervous system pick in and get her a little shake. So that was a good attempt selection.
Very much so, yeah. Seen some very good attempt selection too.
Yeah.
Today. Yeah. And this right here is where we're going to start seeing it turn on, you know, these third attempt deads.
Yeah. I love third attempt deadlifts because you see them legs just wobble and wiggle.
Yep.
You know they're giving it everything.
Oh, yeah. Once you see the engine start revving, you know it's
Yeah.
getting real.
Kayla's up next with 147.5 kg.
Let's see if she can cap off this awesome day she's had so far. And a stone cold killer all day.
It's very focused. She's not overly dragging out her emotions to real be hopped. It's just laser focused. Just, I'm going to do this.
Yep. Everybody approaches the bar with a different demeanor, but I love that
Yep.
focused adrenaline.
Eyes on the prize.
Yes, sir.
Maribel's up next with 155 kg, 342 pounds.
Sets her grip.
Lats are tight. Breaks the knees. Hip.
A little bit of shaking, and she locks it out. Let's see what the judges say.
Good
3 wide
lift. That was a great attempt selection right there.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like we got Jamie coming up with 157.5 kg.
Bumping the weight up 2.5 kilos from our last attempt.
Master level lifter. I'm taking notes because I become a master next year.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, this old dog trying to learn some new tricks.
Yes, sir. But, hey, this sport is for anyone of any age.
Yeah.
That's love to see that. Very unique in that
Yeah.
fact.
And I'm really interested how that warm-up room has gone with these masters and these youth lifters all on the same warm-up. I'm really hoping that there's been communication between the two generations because that's an interesting thing that you see in powerlifting. You can see these two generations compete and go to war on the platform.
Absolutely.
And that knowledge and just that experience can really be beneficial.
It's so valuable to a young lifter, you know, having somebody with that experience.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can look at articles and studies all day that, you know, as long as you want to, but nothing beats someone that's been there and done what you're trying to do.
and they inspire each other. What's awesome is you can look at as a teen lifter, you can look at that you can compete all the way into your 40s and 50s, and then as a older lifter, you can see that the next generation's putting out work and really inspire you to have faith and excitement in the next generation.
Absolutely. Heather here with third attempt.
Is she going to be able to lock it out?
Oh,
She's definitely holding it forever.
I think there might have been a little bit of hitching there.
Yeah.
2-1, no lift.
I can assure you it's a dangerous game when the head judge waits that long to give you the down command.
Absolutely. A lot of opportunity for things to go wrong.
Yep.
Yep.
We got Maya up next. What's she lifting?
160 kilos, 352 pounds on her third attempt.
And it's going to be too much for her today, but she gave it everything she has.
Yep.
And love that sportsmanship.
Absolutely. Coming off shaking the judge's hands and
Yep.
with a smile.
There's nothing better than see a smile on a face even after a failed attempt. That person just either has really good spirits or has had a good day already, so that miss doesn't really deter them.
Absolutely.
And you know what's great about powerlifting?
What's that?
There's always the next competition to
Yes,
get
sir.
it. Yeah.
Yep. And you can't help but smile sometimes when you gave it all you had.
Yep.
Even if it wasn't successful,
Yep.
you gave it your all, you can't help but smile.
Failure only happens when you stop.
Yes, sir.
Lynetta coming up for her last deadlift attempt.
363 pounds on the bar. I believe this would be a PR for her. This would be huge. Yep.
Oh, the brake's good. Can she get it shoulder locks?
Very smooth.
I'm going to guess they're going to give her, that's what I expected, 3 wide lights.
It's a good lift for
That
Lynette.
was a great lift. She might have had another 2.5 to 5 kgs in her.
I would agree with that.
We got Charity coming up for her third deadlift attempt. 167.5 kgs for 369 pounds.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, I told you I'm about to be a master's. That's really small font, so I'm
tell you-
questioning myself.
I'm only 21 and I can't even hardly read it. My eyesight is not good.
You got to get some binoculars up at this table.
Yeah.
She's getting set up.
Here we go, Charity. Drives. Gonna have to
Got to
fight
get her
here.
shoulders.
Gonna have to fight. A little shaky, but I'll say I think she may have.
I think she's, yep,
Yeah.
2-1. 3 good deadlift attempts. That's what it's all about. If she would have gave up after bench and not attempted those deadlifts, she wouldn't have had the opportunity to do what she just did and go 3 for 3 on deadlifts and really change her mentality of this competition today.
Absolutely.
Never give up, even if you're down. Get back up and go again.
Yep. Couldn't agree more.
Elizabeth up next, third deadlift attempt at 175 kgs. It looks like we got a state record attempt on this one too, don't we?
Yeah. So state record attempt. Here we go.
386?
Yeah. 3 reds on the bar too. That's always pretty.
Yeah. See, I have kilo plates at home, but I don't have calibrated collars, so it always throws me off.
Yeah. Throws
I
them up
got
by like 5 kilos.
I got to get those 2.5 collars.
Yeah.
That way I'm mirroring what I do on the platform.
Yeah. Not quite there today for Elizabeth, but a great attempt. She's
Yeah.
showing sportsmanship too, shaking
Yeah.
hands with the judges.
As a judge myself, there's nothing better than getting your hand shaken after that last deadlift too. It really just puts you in a place to say, what I'm doing is appreciated.
Yeah.
So lifters, really show gratitude to them judges because they only want you to have a good day as long as you follow the rules. So, show appreciation. Say thank you.
Exactly. These judges are all lifters too, mostly, and they don't want to give red lights. They want to see you succeed. So that's it's super appreciated seeing them give back like that. We got Sarah.
180
and
kgs.
The engine revs. She
Yep.
grinds through that one. Stands up. Oh, and
She
the rip.
loses it.
Ah. What a fight.
Yes. Good job, spotter, for being back there ready to catch.
Yeah. Oh, that's a heartbreaker right there.
Yeah.
Especially, I don't know if you saw from where you're at, but the way she shook when it got to about
Yeah.
her knees.
Oh, I could tell by the red in her face that it was a tough lift.
Yeah.
We got Amber coming up next. Looks like she's going for a state record attempt at 203. And like I said before, if you are attempting a state or national record, you're allowed to chip these weights. Most attempts have to be at 2.5 kg intervals, but if you're attempting a national or state record, you can chip them, which is why you see this 203 attempt right now.
I believe Amber already has, I think, 2 state records on the day, too. So this will be huge right here.
448 pounds, basically.
Yep.
Whoop. She fought it, but just didn't have it today.
Yeah, you kind of saw her lose that upper back tightness
Yep.
a little bit. She locked it in, and then as soon as it caved.
You know, I don't think she actually. So in a conventional deadlift, you want to get those shoulders back and get those arms almost pushed against those lats. And her shoulders just didn't look far enough back in the starting position. So they loosened up very quickly.
Yeah. Especially with the conventional, you lie so much more heavily on your upper back and your
Yep.
lats, you know.
Mm-hmm. We got Garrett coming up for 250 kgs or 551 pounds.
All right, Garrett finally putting some weight on the bar here.
Yes.
Huge jump right here. I think he can handle it.
Yes. Just get a good breath. I know he had trouble with that a little bit last attempt.
Yep.
It moves.
Yep.
Can he? Ah.
It's just that he rips it off the floor with
Yeah.
that top lockout.
Yes.
Man.
Got to get them glutes a little stronger so he can lock that out.
Yep.
And that was it, right?
Yeah, I think that concludes session 1 deadlifts. And
Yeah.
Session 1 in general.
Yes. Thank y'all all for watching, joining us today. We will be back in, I think, at 3 for session 2 of today, right?
I believe so. It's either 3 or I think it might be 4 o'clock.
Okay.
But we will be back for session 2. Thank you so much for coming out, John.
No.
Is there anything you want to say?
Honestly, all I want to say is you're never too young or too old to lift weights. Find your local gym, find a trainer or something, and just be inspired to become physical and active. It will make you feel so much better. And just thank you for having me today.
Of course. Thank you for coming.
I had a great time.
All right. It was great to meet you, John. All right.